and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience. Not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. Any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Hey,
Run quickly.
Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
Run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back. Japada. Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're Japa into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there's no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000.
75,000.
And for the people that are even using bad hail electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back
You're
home.
making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They are talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say that anywhere in a way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere in a way, because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we would definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so. Because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity. And I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level. Because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person and I don't expect every person to be business minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into short-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, crude.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much. No,
they will not give you what?
They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4 and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Okay. Let's
made me register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abby. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living, is cold, people are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abby, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023.
Hmm.
The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes. When they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen in Nigeria.
How?
She probably has to explain to
With
us.
time, I feel with time.
Does it with time?
I know there is suffering. I know but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make.
Honestly, I do not like the way Chisom is laughing. Because when Abe mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did. When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abattoir, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better. You
Abe.
Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japan, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christian. We are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope. We are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that.
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back.
They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that are japan before are coming back. I have
maybe when they come back, they are coming back to retired home.
Yes.
That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say from the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
they have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to if you have to make sacrifices if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is... They should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. You know, because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, you know, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
Abby, Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin.
I have a daughter.
Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to give them around is part of education. but not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying.
A beautiful evening to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. We begin with the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which has upheld the Federal High Court judgment restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) from recognizing state congresses conducted by committees appointed by the Senator David Mark-led caretaker leadership of the African Democratic Congress (ADC). In a split 2-1 judgment, Justice Okonabang, who delivered the lead verdict, affirmed the earlier ruling of Justice Joyce Abdul Malik, holding that only elected state executive committees have the constitutional authority to conduct state congresses, not the party's caretaker national leadership. The appellate court also upheld the order restraining the Mark-led executives from interfering with the tenure and functions of the party's elected state executives. However, Justice Abba Mohammed dissented, arguing that the matter was an internal party affair beyond the court's jurisdiction. The judgment is expected to affect the validity of the National Congress organized by the Mark-led faction ahead of the 2027 general elections, including the emergence of presidential aspirants such as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The case arose from a suit filed by aggrieved ADC members who challenged the caretaker committee's decision to appoint committees to conduct state congresses, insisting that only duly elected party organs are empowered to do so under the party's constitution. Justice Abdul Malik had ruled that neither the 1999 Constitution nor the ADC Constitution authorizes the caretaker committee to organize state congresses, adding that the tenure of the party's elected state executives remains valid until properly constituted congresses are held. Dismissing the ADC's appeal, the Court of Appeal held that the congresses and national convention conducted by the Mark-led leadership were null and void for violating a subsisting court order. The court also awarded $10 million in costs against the party. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has pledged $1 million to each Edo indigene evacuated from South Africa following xenophobic attacks, saying the money will help them secure accommodation and rebuild their lives. The governor made the announcement on Monday while receiving the returnees at the Festival Hall of the Government House in Benin City. William Siama has more.
Governor Monday Okpebholo said the state government would also provide soft loans to enable the returnees to start businesses and reintegrate into the society. He added that each returnee will receive 1 million naira within 24 hours to help with accommodation. The governor urged the returnees to focus on rebuilding their lives, saying the survival was more important than the property they had lost. Governor Okpebholo reflected on the historical relationship between Nigeria and South Africa, pointing out that Nigerians had previously protected South Africans and their business and would not retaliate despite the attacks.
The most important thing that you are back home, they might loot your properties, they might take everything from you, but your life, they have not taken it from you. I want to encourage you, please, don't even think of going back. They don't like us. We live in their country like slaves. Even when we are doing well, doing better than them, but we still live there as slaves. Is it not so? We as government will continue to support our own children wherever they are. If they are in distress, we will rescue them. We will make them comfortable so that they won't pass through the same experience. If you identify what you want to do, come to us. We'll give you a soft loan to start up.
Responding on behalf of the returnees, Riches Unubu thanked Edo State and federal government for facilitating their evacuation from South Africa.
A heart full of gratitude on behalf of my colleagues, the diasporans, that we're finally welcoming His Excellency, one of the most intelligent and very active leaders that we have in Nigeria. We are proud. We are proud. And we say, God bless you for coming.
William Siama, ITV News.
And Edo State Independent Electoral Commission on Monday issued certificates of return to elected chairmen and councillors in Saturday's local government election. Chairman of the commission, Sir Jonathan Ifoboha, during the presentation of the certificates, advised the recipients to see the documents as solemn mandate entrusted by their constituents to speedily deliver dividends of democracy. The report by Ohide Emia David is presented by Joy Obaisiagbo.
Chairman EDSEC, Sir Jonathan Ifoboha, tasked the new elected chairmen and councillors to let their tenures be remembered for purposeful leadership, transparency, prudent management of public resources, and impactful development at the grassroots.
What is expected of you by the people is service to be managed.
Chairman-elect Oedo Honorable Iduse Gabriel and the Chairman Association of Local Government of Nigeria Agon Honorable Sonny Ekbesi, popularly called Ekbetika Akiotu, commended the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission for a well-organized council polls and promised to fulfill all electionary campaign promises.
For the first time, the sensitization was elaborate. We hope that this will repeat even in the next election that will take place in Edo State.
We are to serve, and when you are serving, you must have with all mind of honesty, sincerity, focus, and determination.
The only female council boss in Edo State, Vera Sado of Esako Central Local Government Council, Chairman Igweben Local Government Council, Honorable Azza Megbe Endurance, his Ovia Northeast Council counterpart, Area Matoe Christopher Egosa. All commended the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, and leaders of APC for the mentorship, which they intend to explore.
I will inspire a lot of women for them to understand that leadership is all about vision.
Ensure that all the total development in our local government are put to place, such as social amenities, creating roads, water projects, electricity, and agriculture.
I'm here to consolidate the shine agenda of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpewolo.
Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
And still on the news, where the member representing Ovia Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Barrister Mosade Gabriela Igbenedion, has extended her warm congratulations to the newly elected chairman of Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest local government councils, Comrade Orobusa Christopher Iriamatoe and Osarbo Saro Anthony, as well as all councillors who emerged victorious across the 23 wards of Ovia Federal Constituency in Saturday's local government elections. In a statement, Right Honorable Mosade Igbenedion described their resounding victory under the platform of the All Progressives Congress as a clear reflection of the confidence and trust reposed in the party by the people of Ovia. She noted that the outcome of the election is a testament to the unity, political maturity, and unwavering commitment of the people to the renewed hope agenda and the progressive ideals championed by the APC. According to the federal lawmaker, the overwhelming mandate given to the party demonstrates that Ovia remains a stronghold of progressive politics where the people have continued to choose purposeful leadership and development-driven governance. While congratulating the winners, Right Honorable Benedion urged the newly elected council chairmen and councillors to see their victory as a call to selfless service. She charged them to embrace inclusive leadership, work in unity, and place the welfare of the people above personal interests. The lawmaker further called on the new leadership of both councils to align with and support the people-centered governance of the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, in delivering meaningful dividends of democracy to every community across Ovia. 4 suspected burglars and 1 heavy-duty battery thief have been arrested by officers of the Edo State Security Corps. Deputy Corps Commander of the Corps, Richard Balogun, said the 5 suspects have made useful confessions to the security agency. Jonah Morwa was there.
According to the Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun, the 4 suspected burglars, Mohammed Abubakar, Hamza Ibrahim, Mohammed Ibrahim, and Mustafa Mohammed, were arrested on the 11th of July 2026 following intelligence report by officers of the Corps on routine patrol in Aduawa Aziz for breaking into a fashion shop located at Giwa Munjiaro, Benin City, and gathered away 2 giant solar batteries belonging to one Mr. Samuel.
Solar battery?
Yes. I go break am. I go Tifa. Opposite store. For where? Giwamu. I involved. You be the receiver.
They all bring you come to my area.
They can't give you? Okay.
One Solomon Igbenogun, who allegedly stole 2 heavy-duty batteries from a truck at Ogweka community in Aho Uzala, was also arrested by officers of the corps on the 12th of July.
Okay. Yes. Now your spanner. Yes. What do you take loose and how you take to take loose the spanner? Show us well. Now you lose her. Okay.
Commenting on the fate of the suspects, the corps commander Richard Balogun said the suspects have been handed over to the police for interrogation and prosecution.
The thief confessed to the act, so they've all been handed over to police in our home. So our duty is we arrest, we profile, we hand over to the police to establish the case so that we have a successful prosecution.
Exhibits recovered from the suspects have also been documented and handed over to the police. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And the federal government has suspended the proposed increase in registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination conducted by WAEC and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, pending wider consultations with stakeholders. In a statement issued on Monday, the Federal Ministry of Education announced that the letter conveying the proposed fee adjustment, dated June 18, 2026, had been withdrawn to allow for a comprehensive review before any final decision is taken. The statement, signed by the Ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Folashade Boriowo, said the suspension followed concerns and feedback from members of the public. According to the ministry, the proposed fee review was necessitated by rising costs associated with conducting national examinations, noting that registration fees have remained largely unchanged for several years despite increasing operational expenses. The Minister of Education, Maruf Tunja Lausa, directed that the proposal be placed on hold in line with the federal government's commitment to inclusive, transparent, and evidence-based policy making. And that wraps it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igbo. Do enjoy the rest of your night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. cultural dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. Africa societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promotes social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all Africa societies to the delight of the people, as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms, and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concept of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the morning to you. Good morning, welcome. This is This Morning on ITV. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. Finally, Nigerians can actually breathe fresh air as we got a bit of cheery news over the weekend with the Oyo situation after 56 days. Almost 2 months gone, and now we get to hear that the students have been rescued, and including the teachers. But so many things went down during that process, and we're here to fill you up to speed with the latest of the details as it unfolds. And we also hear that the children and also the teachers would be reunited with the family, hopefully today. Welcome on board. I'm not doing this alone. I have my colleagues joining in Abuja and Lagos this morning as well. Good morning, amazing colleagues. Good to see you. Happy weekend. Let me start with Patricia in Lagos. Patricia, good morning. How are you?
Very well, I know. You look so bright this morning.
Right, so fill me in. What do you actually make of what really is going on currently at this point with the situation in Oyo State? How excited are Nigerians, and what's that commendation, or how far should we really give thumbs up to the security operatives in Nigeria?
Okay, Nigerians are celebrating. I am also celebrating. I have been so excited when I saw the rescue and that the children and the teachers had been rescued. So thumbs up to the Nigerian military who had gone to do this, you know. And then also we say condolences to the family of the lieutenants that died during the operation. For me, I began to wonder, is it that the military operation in Oyo was easier because there was absence of intelligence leakage? Probably there was nobody leaking out information on what the military are planning to the terrorists or to the abductors, you know. So I guess that's what made it very easy, because they didn't get to hear that the military was getting up or catching up on them, and so fortunately that worked out and pulled off for the Nigeria Army. And we hope this continues, you know, because over the weekend we also heard a lot of families that were also kidnapped in Plateau State. You know, some were killed and some were also kidnapped. We hope the military will continue to do this. It shouldn't be a one-off thing. And then kudos and, you know, condolence, like I said, to the lieutenant. He was just 28 and he passed on during this operation. I'm looking forward to the federal government honoring him. Anu.
Before I move over to Joseph Kadiri in Abuja for emphasis, the kidnapped pupils and teachers from Orire, Oyo State have been freed by their abductors, and the development comes more than 50 days in captivity. Now, the release was announced on a post on X by Bayo Onanuga, spokesman to the presidency, and he disclosed that 8 members of the kidnapping gang were arrested during the rescue operation and are now in custody with the Department of State Services. Onanuga said the rescue operation did not involve any exchange or concession to the kidnappers, noting that a notorious gang leader whose release had been demanded by the abductors remains in custody and is being persecuted for his alleged crimes. Now, Joseph, the big question on Nigerians' lips at this point is whether ransom was paid or not. That information is currently not at the disposal. But what are your thoughts on this, and what lessons can we learn from the situation that occurred in Oyo State?
All right, a very good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, Patricia and Anulua for Stevens. A very beautiful outcome we have seen there since Friday. What the government has said is that there was no concession, which means that ransom wasn't paid. And we just have to take that, because if anyone thinks otherwise, you have to prove it. Government has said ransom was not paid. Let's leave it at that, and we'll say it's a beautiful thing. And we must at this time commend the effort of the residents of Orire and its environs, because they also were part of this rescue mission with provision of adequate intelligence. And you know, when it comes to this kind of war, what we need, what military, police, DSS need is intelligence. And those intelligence we are provided to the Joint Task Force of Army, DSS and police, and the intels were well consumed in secret, and they embarked in that operation. And of course, we have seen the beautiful result of about 39 students and 5 teachers. You know, a total of 44 were rescued. Yes, in that kind of operation, there may be casualty. We have seen one. We'll just give our condolences and hope that the federal government will do the needful to the families that the young officer left behind. Now, going forward, the lessons learned in Oyo can be replicated in other areas where Nigerians, innocent citizens, have been kidnapped and are still under, you know, are still with the abductors. You have the Birnin Yauri girls, you know, here in Kebbi State. They are still with the abductors. What is happening? We have the remnant of Chibok and Dapti girls, where, of course, Leah Sharibu fall into. What is happening? We have so many of them. So we hope that the, you know, lessons learned here can be replicated in other areas where innocent Nigerians are still under the captive of these bad guys. And let's see how they can be released. So it's a very good thing that ransom wasn't paid. In fact, what that information said, looking at Bayo's message, is that one of the kingpin who has been in the custody of the DSS, these guys were actually asking that gang leader be released so that the students and teachers in captivity will also be released. But the federal government rejected that offer, which to me is a plus. You do not negotiate with the bad guys, and that negotiation wasn't done. At the end of the day, we have seen that those in captivity have been rescued. So it's a good one.
Absolutely, indeed. And just as you did to say, a lot of Nigerians are still asking, what about the girls who got kidnapped on the same day? On May 15th, when the situation in Oyo State actually occurred in Borno State, and what happened to those persons, those children? We're looking forward to a situation where all of the abducted children are reunited back to their families right here in Nigeria. It's an ongoing development, and we're going to do justice to it as it unfolds. But Patricia, back to you. I'd love to get your thoughts on what we're getting from your end this morning.
I know, everybody will be talking about the rescue mission. And so that's what we're going to be looking at here in Lagos. We're going to be looking at the rescue mission, how effective will this be as the military, the implication fight against insecurity. Are we going to continue this wonderful operation across Nigeria, just like we have just discussed? We're going to be looking at the implication, how this will continue, so we'll be able to free every other people that have been adopted. Just like I said earlier on, we also had some people adopted in Plateau State again in the news, and some were killed. So we hope that this operation will escalate to Plateau State and be able to free those that have been adopted. So that's what we'll be looking at from Lagos.
Battery, what are we getting from your end? Please go on.
Be celebrated for a long time.
Right.
And the reason is because, the section of the Constitution that talks about security and welfare of the people is the responsibility of government, section 22B, just played out here, and there are many areas that we could, have these issues discussed and find a way to ensuring that it doesn't happen again, and even if it does, lessons learned be used to, also rescue others. So that is the crux of the discussion for today.
Okay, well, thank you so much, gentleman and lady. And currently in the studio, I have Sonny Kokosu. Good morning. Good to see you. How was your weekend? I'm sure you're excited.
Yeah, very excited. I mean, what really made the weekend exciting for me, and I believe for many Nigerians, both at home and in the diaspora, is the release of the Oyo kidnapped victims, the teachers, and the pupils. That brought a lot of butterflies in my stomach. And I said that with every sense of responsibility. And it also brought to the fore how interagency collaboration, cooperation, and synergy can help us to go far in the fight against insecurity. It also shows that when government is committed to a cause without ethnic biases, religious biases, and all other biases as the case may be, the result will manifest, in good time. After 56 days, those victims have been released. The army was involved, the police was involved,
the DSS,
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Air Force, the Navy SEALs, the Nigerian Intelligence Agency, every known security agency in the country was involved in that operation. And I think I saw for the first time some special tactical squad of the army. Like some of these we see in the movies, with the way they dressed, fully kitted us. And I was asking myself, so we have
all of this?
Yes, in the country, and then we have all of these insecurity challenges. So government needs to be more frontal in dealing decisively with insecurity. I think I saw a post not too long ago where someone suggested that if we must make headway in dealing with this issue, we need to set up a special squad that will deal with things of this nature. But unknown to him, it already existed. And I also understand there is a structure within the Office of the National Security Advisor that, that is dedicated to things like this. So we need to see more of this kind of actions. The background that we have is that Lakurawa is involved, was responsible for this. 2 of their kingpins were arrested sometime last year. So they wanted to use this to embarrass the government and demand for the release of these 2 leaders. But at the end of the day, we've seen how the security agents were able to mobilize, work together, and then turn the table against them. Today we have those children freed. we have the teachers freed. It's unfortunate some people lost their lives in the course of this. Our heart goes out to the family of those that lost their lives. But the question Nigerians are asking is, or what Nigerians want, is for us to leverage on this template and extend it to other parts of the country, particularly the core areas where insecurity is at its highest peak. I mean, we just saw in the news what has happened in Benue, what continues to happen in Plateau, Zamfara, where we heard that one of the notorious kingpin, Kachala Gide, has been killed. I just hope finally he has been finally killed, because I know that
because this is Nigeria, we get to hear the same news.
Yeah. And then another thing,
oh my God.
The flip side to the Oyo release of the kidnapped victim is that people are asking, was any ransom paid? Secondly, these guys who held these children, these victims, captive for 56 days, what happened to them? Was it that they were just allowed to go scot-free? We give them a vehicle, they put the children in, or the victim will bring them back. And these are questions there. So what happened? Was there a gun duel or something? Where are these guys? Are they still in the Oyo forest? But I'm sure they said investigations were ongoing. So let's see how all of that will pan out. But we must give credit and commendation to all the security agents that were involved in this to bring this to a great end, and the way they responded to this issue. People also made comparison between how this happened and then the Chibok story. Unfortunately, the environments are different, the circumstances are different, and the response level of security agents quite different. In the Chibok case, very slow, a lot of indecisions along the line. But in this case, immediately happened, the first thing the security agents did, they cordoned off all the exit routes. And that made it difficult for the terrorists to move the victims away from the forest. And then, of course, we heard they got all their family members arrested. That put up a lot of pressure on them today. The story is good, and we hope we can leverage on this to advance the fight against insecurity in the country. Don't forget, insecurity is local. We all need everybody's contribution to make it work if we must move forward in this country. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd also love us to rub minds as regards, because you made mention about the government. On Friday, that same day where we got this beautiful cherry news, the Oyo State Governor, Seyi Makinde, was at a meeting. He had a meeting with the Bauchi State Governor, Bala Mohammed, if I'm not mistaken, where he said that the situation that happened in Oyo State with the abduction of the children happened that's the next day after he talked about his intention of running for president in Nigeria. He categorically did say that they have never heard the news as regards anything with insecurity in Oyo State for over 7 years that he has been in office. What do you make out of this? And then at that particular same day, a couple of hours after he made that statement, we get to hear that the federal government have, rescued the individuals who got abducted in Oyo State.
Yeah, I think it's not everything we politicize just for the fun of it or to get one cheap political point. And you also look at the scenario from what is available in the media space. The security agents at some point cut off Seyi Makinde in all the communications and conversation, especially when he now had a meeting with Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State. And that's because the governor of Bauchi State is alleged to be involved in some funding of terrorists and stuff like that. That's why I use the word alleged, because it's still an issue that is ongoing, being investigated. I mean, some of the transfers that he made to Badejo, the Mietiala president, who is now in the custody of security agents, has also placed some sort of surveillance on him. So when you have those kind of interactions going on, engagement going on, you have to, I mean, in circumstances like this, everybody is a suspect.
True.
Yeah. So let's not go into that ambit of politicking because we want to score cheap political points. Some people would even say, oh, Wike should be held responsible because Wike said he was going to teach him a lesson. A few days after he said that, this is what happened. All right, but if you look at the story itself, at the background information, how these guys came, did their surveillance, look for a safety nest for themselves, look for a vulnerable environment where they can pick people, embarrass the government, and they chose Southwest because they know that's where the president is from, to gain international and national attention. I mean, you just look at all of that, and the reasons advanced. When they came out, they said, look, they wanted their leaders in detention to be released. Don't forget that in the course of this issue, I think it was the speaker of Oyo State Assembly that came out to say, oh, the terrorists want so and so billions of naira to be paid to their to an account in Benin Republic. They listed a whole lot of things, and then the terrorists came out to deny all of those things.
So many things really to talk about with this issue, and it's an ongoing one. But let's bring it down to Edo State. Over the weekend, we had 18 over 18. The APC, clinching all of the seats for a lot of Nigerians.
I want to sleep right now. I want to sleep.
And it was really expected. We saw that happen. And why do you want to sleep?
Because it's a non-issue, really, because
it's not even a conversation we should have.
You should expect that, because it's been a trend and a pattern in our politics, as far as I can remember. When you have an incumbent in place, local government election will always go 100% in the direction of the incumbent party and the incumbent government. That has been the pattern. So were you expecting anything less than that?
Certainly not.
It can only change if we have the federal INEC conduct elections like it used to be. Use Edo State as an example. We had the likes of Barrister Henry Dahagmo, who was in ANPP at the time, won EGO, local government. It has always been a very independent-minded local government when it comes to election. We have seen that manifest, in recent times, from 2023, even the last, general election. But people are saying that with the kind of structure system that we have today, there's that strong possibility that even if you have the federal INEC conducting local government election, it's most likely going to go in the way of the ruling party and the government of the day. Definitely. Because there are a lot of, compromises, a lot of interest, a lot of the winner takes it all, and all of those things going on. But if we have a truly independent INEC and we provide a level playing field for all the parties to participate, I'm sure we would not have what we're having today.
Of course.
Everything always work together for the good of the ruling party at the death. I mean, don't forget that several of the political parties withdrew from the election. I actually saw a video where a supposedly polling center was under lock and key.
Oh my God.
I won't be surprised if results came out of that polling center. Oh, wow. Anyway, but we say congratulations to all the winners.
I told you to hear that somebody at age 30 won one local government.
That should be of your Southwest.
It actually gladdened my heart that we have young persons, in power.
Yeah.
Please do well. That's another thing.
Yeah, no, he has to do. He must perform. He needs to perform, because it will send the wrong signal. At some point, we had Yaya Bello as being the youngest governor in the country. He didn't leave a good legacy for young people, for the youths, because that was an exalted office committed to his trust. But if you look at the trajectory, it's not been very positive in terms of what he left behind. He owed backlog of salaries. He was shortchanging civil servants and all kinds of things. I mean, when he left office, he had a running battle with ICPC or EFCC to the tune of over 80 billion naira. The allegations of how he was using state funds to sponsor his children in school, and all of these things didn't, present him as a model or as a role model for young people. Unfortunately, so.
Oh, well, we're looking forward to it. Anyway, all of this is going to shape our conversation this morning on the show. We'll quickly take a short break. When we return, we move over to the front pages of the newspaper. Please stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. If you're just joining on to This Morning on ITV. Now we'll now take a look at the front pages of the newspaper. But just before we do that, we have two gentlemen join us this morning right here in the studio. Let me quickly start with Dr. Dan Ekerafo, HOD, Mass Communication Department. Thank you so much indeed for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome on board. And we also have Harrison Ezekiel, former leader of Oredo Legislative Assembly. Thank you so much for coming. Morning. Now let's start with the Vanguard newspaper this morning. It's leading with the major headline that says Ori Japan, how a lot of kidnappers' family to rescue of victims. Survivors may not return to school. We'll speak of the victim on the details of that story. And I would you were new during
for family went through psychological for 2 months and they relieved suddenly. You cannot express the type of joy you will feel. Yeah. And considering the ages of those children, I have been knowing the type of environment they were kept, the trauma they be feeling, lots of say, is it that I will not see my parents again and all that. So for them to release those children, that's a big sigh of relief. And I think the parents of the children felt the same way. So for me, it's a joyous moment for both families to reunite, for the children to reunite with their family and say, we are back home.
You did say rescued, you said is there a reason for that choice?
Well, if you say it was a combat operation between the military authorities and the kidnappers, if that was the case, the result would be that the children will not return. So I don't think it was a combat operation. I think it's more of a release.
Right. Away from that, the Guardian newspaper is up next, and the paper headline that says Nigeria leaves e-waste recycling to hustlers, misses out on $89 billion income.
Yes, I'm interested in that story.
Okay.
And you know why. Waste is big business, but unfortunately, we don't really have government taking that very, very seriously. So those who are involved in waste collection and disposal are people who are just doing it for the monetary value, not to protect the environment, not to conserve the environment, not to preserve the environment. And maybe Harrison, who was the former legislative leader at Oredo, will give us that insight into everything that I'm talking about.
Okay. On the side of the government, and you see all these scavengers coming to pick what they have there. So government doesn't even recognize that they can make money from waste. And not until we get to those things, we are going nowhere. Right. Or we just remove it there and dispose it as well.
Yeah. Right. Now we move over to the Daily Trust newspaper. Quite interested in this story because a lot of Nigerians are reacting to it at this point. It says federal government exam fee hike raises job proud fears. Dr. Dan, over the weekend we saw the news that the federal government wants to raise WAEC and NECO fee from 27,500 naira to 50,000 naira from 2027. What do you think is going on here?
Sometimes when you look at the policies of government, you'll be asking yourself whether these policies are well examined before they put them out to the public. We are complaining about high level of poverty in the land, people not having money for basic feeding, and you are saying you increase the WAEC fee to 50,000. The implication is that a lot of children may not be able to register for WAEC. For those who will be able to register, they will have to go through the mill. In doing that, I do not think at this point in our national life, where things are a little difficult for people, government should think of increasing WAEC to that humongous amount. Humongous in the sense that for many poor people, raising 50,000 is a big deal. I recall sometimes early this year, a family called my elder sister, started lamenting that they cannot pay their WAEC fee. don't forget that this official charge from WAEC is not what the children will eventually pay.
Yeah.
By the time the state will add their own, the schools will add their own, what they will eventually pay will be over 100,000. So you ask yourself, if you put it at this level, the implication is that for many young people, especially in the rural areas, they will not be able to pay. That is the implication. So government effort at reducing the level of illiteracy or uneducated people in the society will nosedive. So the government should talk through this policy before they think of implementation. That is my earnest take on this matter.
Okay. The Punch newspaper is up next, and it says troops kill 274 insurgents as Nigeria records 882 attacks. Well, subwriter says Borno tops violence chart with 172 fatalities. Zamfara, Plateau follows. U.S. body report says insurgent targets aid workers, cargo trucks, and schools. Report identifies Borno Mongunu axis as Nigeria's critical humanitarian flashpoint.
For us to experience 882 attacks, I don't know the period of this report, whether it's in the last 1 year or within this year alone. That tells you a lot that we are more in a war zone. If every day you wake up to one attack or the other, it means we are in a critical situation. Sometimes when you talk like this, those in governments often feel you are trying to exaggerate the issue. And when government makes effort to do one or two rescue or foil one attack, they go to the media and seek praises of itself. And that is very unfortunate. We are supposed to live in a society where people experience what you will call peace. I'm an adept traveler. Funny enough, I travel up to the north, Yobe, Jigawa, Bauchi, all of those areas. I know the corners in those areas.
In recent times.
So, like, can I try it?
Certainly not.
Can I try it? So the implication is that we're in a war zone, and government must redirect its approach to tackling insecurity. And one of the reasons for this, when you look at the poverty in the land, and young men are offered simple drugs with little cash, they can easily be recruited into some of these armed gangs that are terrorizing us here and there. So government must wake up and say, this must stop. And the only way to do that is to stamp each feet down. About 3 weeks ago, the effort at state police was taken at a very high level. The level of enthusiasm show at that level, they should pull it through, so that before the year runs out, we can begin to say, now that we have state police, how do we equip them? How do we ensure that community policing is entrenched so that cases of this nature can be addressed easily? That is what I think government should start thinking.
Harrison, you want to comment on that?
You see, I think the major problem we have is that the government is not taking this issue of insecurity seriously. They just give you numbers, even when they say they have victory over them. You don't see evidence. They tell you the military have taken over some area, the terrorists have been killed. You just see the news, nothing happened. But when the military do their own, they do video. You see evidence. So if we have strategy to bring down these people, and they themselves also watching that the military is actually doing good, that is, some of them will also want to pull out.
Okay.
Now look at the children issue.
Okay.
What we are seeing is the rescues, we say they are released and all that. Later, the spokesperson of the president came out to say that it was a battle and all that. So that, where are the casualties of this person kept at?
Okay. So if you ask me, who I go ask you?
So people just fear everything is a gang.
Well, we wrap up with the New Telegram newspaper. The New Telegraph newspaper says protection of financial livelihood by powerful actors fueling terrorism in Nigeria. Who was speaking? Amachi. He also went ahead to say, non-speaking, how Tinubu State Police Initiative will help combat insecurity. Bandits have no religion. Stop linking criminality to Islam. Oluwo has that to say. Armed raiders attack Benue community, kill a resident. Dr. Daniel, take on this.
You know, this issue of people fueling supporting terrorism in one way or the other by way of financing has been an issue since 2017. Government keeps saying they will release the list of the individuals involved. Up till now, their names have not been released. So you ask yourself, if the government is sincere about tackling insecurity, stopping terrorism, or nipping it in the bud, why is the government afraid of releasing the names of the individuals? The bank accounts are known, the transfers are known, but government is not ready to do the needful. You recall that some years back, a group of people who went to Mecca for Hajj were repatriated back to Nigeria because of the fact that they identified them as terrorism financiers. Why did the government not take action in this light? Why would the government keep postponing the evil days? For me, if the government wants to stop all of this, get these individuals arrested, and use the Terrorism Act to try them, that is the only way you can send a strong message to those who are having interest in doing that, that government means business. And if we are not ready to do that, all the talk about stopping terrorism and all the rest will remain a child's dream.
Right.
Don't also forget, the type of weapons these guys use are not weapons you can buy from the street. They are weapons that are purchased at the international market. How much does it cost to buy an AK-47? You will need over 2 million naira to get one. So where are those small boys getting the guns? Somebody is worth feeling it. And when these things happen and people go about negotiating, you are empowering these individuals to continue. And this has been our trajectory for the past how many years? The time has come for all Nigerians to say enough is enough, so that we can have a society that we're proud of.
Absolutely, enough is enough. Well, on that note, we get to, leave the conversation here regarding newspaper review. Do also pick up a copy of any of the national dailies and stay up to date with what is going on currently in the country. We'll quickly take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to our first to discuss for today with the local government election that happened on Saturday right here in Edo State, and APC clinching all of the local government areas, 18 over 18. All of this and more after this break. Thank you so much for staying with us. Welcome back. Now, the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission has declared the All Progressive Congress APC winner of all 18 chairmanship positions and 192 councillorship seats contested in Saturday's local government election right here in Edo State. Announcing the results at the Commission's headquarters in Benin City on Sunday, the chairman, Jonathan Ifer-Bukar, said the elections were conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law and other relevant electoral guidelines. According to him, the electoral process, which included accreditation, voting, sorting, counting, correlation, and declaration of results, was completed across all 18 local government areas right here in Edo State. Now, joining me in the studio this morning, I still have my amazing gentlemen in the studio, but joining us now is Comrade Solomon Idiobe. Good morning, Comrade. Welcome on board.
Good morning, Anu. You're looking good this Monday morning, and viewers at home, very good morning this morning.
Thank you so much. Now, let me start with you. 18 over 18, were you shocked, or it didn't come as a surprise to you?
It can't be a surprise. It's been an affirmation since the last local government election we had was during Adams Oshomole. That seemed like a local government election, although that was the beginning of the 18 over 18 scores, and then it's become a trend across the country. So when a ruling party is in power, you don't want was there a contestation, by the way? It was an affirmation. So
but should it be that way is another question.
Is it not conducted by Edo State for Edo State? It was an ESET, not an INEC. Did you see Duvas there? INEC, they do something with the fear hammer where when Peter dug the chop Peter go the chop Peter yam. So it wasn't a shock. I wasn't expecting anything less. The only area I'm not comfortable, that is the story that there was massive turnout. Because I've tried to check. Of course, there are people who were out, on observation. I even saw the report of a colleague who went around. There was no massive turnout, but the ruling party have continued to holler massive turnouts, and that's the only place. Look at every other thing. I'm really not sure. I will not even be shocked if they get 7.5 million votes.
because I'm APC to APC.
All right, now, Dr. Dan, what were your observations during the election on Saturday?
Well, prior to the election, the initial announcement was that there was a restriction of movement. I think something after 6 or so, there was another release from SEC chair that there will be movement since it's a local elections. But generally, from the clips I saw from different polling units, the turnout was very low. Though the SEC says 12 parties contested for the election, but the reality is that in the very day to the election, we did not see the major opposition candidate to the APC. They were not known to us. By way of saying, we saw their posters, their campaign materials saying they want to contest for local government election. Just like Mr. Ejogbe said, it has become our pastime, where local elections that would have been an opportunity for us to allow people to decide who rule them, we turn it to a reaffirmation of selection by the party in power. So, what was the contest? Who were the contestants? What was the level of argumentation leading to the election in terms of what each of these persons had to offer? These things were not in the front burner. But we can do what we talk here. The election has been conducted. Winners have been declared. So we wait to see whether these individuals who have been selected, if I use the word in quote, have anything to offer the people of Edo State.
Okay, now moving to you, Mr. Harrison, I wonder why Dr. Dan used selected instead of, elected. But then again, aside the observation, during the course of the election, were there cases of rigging or violence, or electoral violence, as the case may be, or it was just a smooth ride?
Rigging against who?
But we had other political parties.
No, they just put those names there. We are not new to the system. It was an election conducted between APC and APC. And first of all, I think we need to get a conceptual clarification. You see, we have a problem in our society. The biggest thing this president did for Nigeria was to take the governors to the Supreme Court. That they needed local government autonomy. That was the biggest policy he ever thought of. And the Supreme Court of Nigeria gave a judgment that going forward, no state governor or state assembly can remove elected local government chairman. Nigeria Supreme Court, a judgment that is standing, and you can no longer appeal. In the same country, governors refuse to obey that same judgment from the Supreme Court of the same country, and the president kept quiet. The current people who are there now, in December 17, 2025, the Edo State House of Assembly came up with a resolution suspending the chairman and vice chairman for 2 months. And they asked them to hand over to the leader, the speakers of the various local governments. By virtue of opportunities, at that particular time, I was the speaker for the local government council. And when the resolution came, I took over the administration of the council. I have sat for 2 weeks. I have addressed the staff in the council. Now, when another information came from the party saying that before you now have access to resources in the council, you must not go and impeach the chairman and vice chairman. And at that point, I said, no, there's no vacuum in government. If the local government, if the government say act for 2 months, they won't investigate these people, even when they don't have the right to do that. And at that point, I said, for me, I am a human rights activist. These are things I preached against over the years. And I entered this process not because I was jobless. I resigned from my job to come and because my community called me to come and represent the area. And on that note, I told them, well, for me, I can do it. It became an issue. These people took over. You experience, say one person sitting there and repeat chairman and vice chairman. I think by the time it's 1 year, Facebook will remind them. And you see all these things. I think they will be out of government at that time. They came up again that they did one election that was not too clear, that they are now affirming some local government and all these things they didn't work. So the direction is this, is their turn. Nigeria as a country, we are not ready to move this country forward. The local government have become the impulse stream of the governors all over Nigeria. No, it's not limited to Edo State. So that is why for me I don't bother. But I think that a time will come that the right thing will be done. Nigeria will be okay. It's a matter of time. All this we are seeing is just quest for money and all that. You go and sit there between that period to this time.
Right.
Go and take statistics of what have come into the local government and the state. Are the local government actually getting it? If they are getting, what are they doing with the money? So I'm not too bothered about whether they did the election or not, because whether you like it or not, they are already in charge. It's a normal, it's a tradition in Nigeria. They will bring in their people and they will do what they need to do. Then when you are there, remember that you are representing the people, and it's just a matter of some particular time. When you leave, people will ask you, what did you do when you were there? So that's what matters to me, because what happened on Saturday is the normal thing that we used to see. The only time we experienced local government election in Nigeria was 1999, stroke 2000, when Governor Lucky Bello was the governor of this state. And that election was conducted by INEC, not SEC. That is when Felix Omi was the chairman of Igweben, and Barrister Henry Dago was the chairman of Ego. That was when we saw election. To opposition, APP want to do local government, and a party that was in power. Well, ever since when they set up SEC, it's just if it's our party, we just write them and keep everybody there and we move on. It is not ready for a democracy. If we must fix Nigeria, we must go back to the local government. And the Nigeria must be fixed from the world down to the national.
Well, so many questions right now playing out in my head. Number one, let me move back to you, Comrade Solomon. Should we in Edo State and other states, because it's not a situation of being particular alone to Edo State, should we go back to when INEC was actually conducting elections for, local government right here in Nigeria? Of course, we're aware that that's what plays out in Abuja, but what about other states in the country? Perhaps it would help, checkmate some of these things that we get to see as regards 18/18 and other excesses from the incumbent government.
I think that would be the best thing to happen. But if it happens under this administration of Emilokon, it will still be Emilokon. Like my brother called it, it's our turn. But I think it will be better. It will be more robust contestation, so that we can drag. And what people fail to understand is that governance is actually about the local thing. By status, by law, by the status of what my brother just explained, by Supreme Court judgment, the local government is supposed to be autonomous. It's supposed to be the closest governance, source of government to the people. They are the ones that are responsible for the basic needs and basic infrastructure, primary healthcare, primary education, all the primary.
Do we even see that happen?
Markets, parks, Tronque, and all of the,
on paper, right?
But this is a country where the law is made and the law is not made. The laws are there, but the instrumentality of governance to make it work, that's what they refer to as implementation. It's not there. I'm glad that my brother is talking like this, because once upon a time he was on the other side of the bench. I was happy when he mentioned that the last time we ever had, because I was fair enough to say the last time we ever had a local government election was during the Adams Oshomole, because that's the emergence of the 18th of it was the first in the country. I don't know the carry last. We were the first to broke the whole nonsense, selection process, affirmation trend, yes. To do 18/18, because while the election was going on at Turum, it was still going on, and I remember John Yakubu was contesting as a local government chairman. The selection process announcement was being done in Benin, and that was the last we ever had a local government election. And my brother was clear enough, because thank God, he was a speaker at some point. He had said it all, and I'm happy that we have vindicated. But the truth remains that until the people realize that we're even shooting ourselves in the leg. You understand? We're shooting ourselves in the leg because we are refusing to participate in an election that matters most. We're not deliberately, but because of the fact that government has strangulated the people enough that we know. You said it was peaceful, relatively peaceful. There was no rigging. Yes, there was rigging. There was.
In what part of the state?
Now, rigging, you now ask, what form of rigging? Rigging is not limited to ballot box snatching.
Okay, so we have different types of rigging.
Yes. When you reflect votes, just to impress the populace that you are calculating your 2.5 million votes as they've been announcing is another form of rigging. You are creating an illusion of an original. It's rigging in itself. Because I watched the party chairman saying that he's very impressed on the turnout, massive turnout. It's a calculation of that 2.5 million votes. It was a test. That's rigging in itself. But having said that, I want to make it clear that the people are not doing themselves very well, the best they can do. And I want to also advise this government. Soldier goes, soldier come, barrack remains. Once upon a time, there was a governor that was called a Maton. There was a governor that was called Emperor Seki. He did even more. But today, though there are still facts, pointers, that there were some things he did that were right. What I'm trying to say is that the incumbent should realize that when you begin to pray for the late Ojowe in the presence of the current Ojowe, it's enough to tell you that life itself is transient.
Absolutely, and power is transient as well. Now, moving back to you, Dr. Dan, what are the implications of all of this? Because there's a usual saying that says, he who takes the pipe, how do you say that?
Takes the pipe and he takes the tune.
Absolutely, and a situation where we have, you know, the incumbent clinching all of the seats. Should the people, the populace, the citizens of Edo State expect anything more from the persons on board at this point?
Thank you for this question. I want you to realize that if the processes leading to the elections were not transparent, such that it was more of a selection thing, the implication is that the individual who is selected becomes an individual they used to play their pawn game. Why did I say this? I have a problem with many party leaders. You don't allow individuals who have capacity to vie for positions. You go about, you backhand, you collect money and say this is the candidate. What you are going to see when you talk about the implication is that because many of these guys who were either selected as councillors, local government chairmen, were product of backhand arrangement, they must be making remittances to the individuals involved. So you may not get real development at the end of the day. Two, a man who does not have competence is picked as a councillor. They say, we are putting you there. At the end of the day, they cannot initiate simple bylaws that you can use to manage the local affairs of the people. They cannot engage the council chairman because they don't have capacity. That is the second implication of what you are going to do. Now, because the people were not involved in the process, so there will be a disconnect. When you write and complain, they say we are on it. First year we end, second year we end, third year we enter into another realm of local government elections. Because the people were not involved in the process. If we allow local input into the process, the result of what you are going to get is that the councillor will come to the council and tell the chairman, my people say this road is bad and we need it fixed now. But when that is not the case, what will you get? They say we are on it. 1 year we pass. That is why you see many streets are in terrible situation. Nobody is saying anything. Because the individuals who are supposed to represent the people in the first instance were not people who live in that environment. They were brought from outside in the name that they are from that locality. So once we keep selecting people without allowing the populace decide who manages their affair, the implication is that our talk about grassroots development will remain a shared dream. I was in a sister station on Saturday when these elections were going on. And part of the issue I threw up before them is, many of them are telling me we will fix road, we will build primary school, we will do this. When they get to the council, will they have the capacity to do that? When in the first place somebody said, this is the man I want as a local government chairman. The primaries that threw up the individual was not a clear primary. They say party leaders have decided. And so the fate of the people have been sealed. We did not test the capacity of the individual to engage in meaningful discussion. Whether I can even initiate a policy that will bring about change in the local environment. These things were not done. And we keep the same trajectory. When last do we have a council chairman that is vocal, pro-people? When last do we see that? The reason is that the individuals were put there by somebody, and every month he make remittances to the individuals who put him there. And so once we continue with this, we cannot get development. So that is the crux of our problem.
Right, so basically it's a case of godfatherism playing out still at the local government level.
That is the biggest level. Do you have the capacity to challenge your godfather? Go back to what you call politics of prebendalism. It was a case of somebody who is a bishop, and you decide to put your children in big parishes. At the end of the month, you make remittances to the Lord Bishop. That was how the idea of prebendalism started, and they now translated it to politics. So for many people, they say it's the council chairman. Some of them are council chairmen as figurehead. The real men who are behind the council, they are out there.
Okay.
The council chairman, the day he says, I will not release any fund, they will give little coins to the councillors, and they will say the party chairman is a P, the local government chairman is a P. That is what we have been seeing over the years. But I will appeal to the government, let us see real development. You keep pushing the people to the wall. Poverty is growing at the highest level. In the last 10 years, in the last 5 years, how many new markets have been built by local government council? Say, this area people are suffering too much. I'll build them a market so that they will not be going to New Benin, Ring Road, to do basic things. When did you see that?
The state government is building urban markets.
No. Market is not supposed to be the business of the state government. It's supposed to be a local affair.
Okay.
How many local government are building local market within areas that women can bring their goods out to trade? When they even think of such a policy, the godfathers will tell them, did we tell you to go and do that? And the guy, because he wants to keep his own cash flow.
And his office.
No, not the office, it's the cash flow. Nothing will be done about it. So I will appeal to party leaders, the so-called godfathers. Development is not rocket science. You travel every day outside the shores of this country. Can you allow a semblance of what you see outside replicated here, so that when we wake up, we will feel a sense of belonging? Imagine somebody living in Uyoge here. We have to travel all the way to what do you call the market after Technical Junction? Uselu market to go and buy things. Why not have a community market here that people here, they can bring goods here, people living around here can buy something? Is it rocket science to do that?
No, they are trying to do cross-pollination. You know, needs to leave, the person needs to leave of their northeast to a local government, so that it can be a local government movement. It's a development.
Let me move over to you, Harrison. What do you have a different opinion as regards what has been said so far? And I'm really particular about the people, because at the end of the day, governance is all about service, but we don't see that happen. So with all of this trend that happens over time, don't you think it gets to bear in voter apathy?
That one is already there. You see, the local.
So should we let it be this way? What can we do?
That is why people like us are taking some very difficult decisions. To send a clear message that we still have people who believe that this should be done right now, irrespective of the benefit that is coming. For me, I was privileged to work under, in my first term in 2018, I got that ticket through a primary process. Because when I was coming in 2005, I worked with EU. Between 2005 and 2009, I was in a program with European Union tagged MPP6, Micro Project Program for Cities of Niger Delta. And already was my local government where I was working. So at that point, I implemented projects in all those villages in the Yekokba. That was how they called me to come and do politics. Because I was to get the cassava, be funded by European Union. Even at that time, the head of that program, Abati Baradu, and one of that Nigerian, I don't want to call his name here, also told me that in these villages we are going to, there are no houses there. Can't we just do some and also keep the money? Since I was a signatory to the account, and I also rejected. I don't know why every time when money is coming, you have to come to do it this way, and I was saying, that was 2007. And I told him, no, there are villages there. And I took them that when they get to a ward there, they turn back because of security. And that's how we implemented that project. I came into politics. In the primaries, it was 13 of them that voted in my first tenure. They said they are leaders. Me, I just went back to see their number. The luck I had, one woman just stood up. He said, before we conduct the primary, let each and every one of us tell us what they are going to do in the council and their background, where they are coming from. All of them spoke. I was the last person to be picked. And when I started, one man said, well, collect the mic. And they said, let them vote. That was how I got 7 votes. 3 persons were supporting me, 4 persons were convinced after my speech. And that was how I came into the system. And I know what I suffered. I don't want to go into all that. I was not a friend to the chairman, because I would tell them the way it is. They would tell me, you are coming to do activism here. In our first budget, a leader of the party came to the council to hit the table that we have 24 hours to pass that budget. Or else they will send us home. I fought and I told them, Oga, it's not because of the money. I want to go through the process of passing the budget. How can I be a councillor? Would they even know how to pass budget? Just say pass it. I was able to convince him. I went to meet him in the office. And we went through this process. We came in our second tenure. Even in my second tenure, I became a leader without seeing anybody at all. I did not go and lobby anybody. Nobody. I didn't go to any leader's house. But what happened is this. They saw, in our first tenure, this also happened. Some people followed Oshomole. Right. Some of us followed Obaseki. And Obaseki was in charge. That's why I just said that the issue of the local government elections is a surprise to me. I have been a beneficiary. So I don't have the moral justification to condemn what they have also done. But the only thing is that when you find yourself in the place, what are you supposed to do? And not of the people like this join the system. Look anywhere. The people in the system are wicked people.
Right, okay, so you said
out of 12, you don't have 1 or 2.
Hold on, you said you were once a beneficiary. So now, are you speaking against it because you are no longer part of the incumbent governor?
I also spoke against it. When I contested in my ward, I had a contestant. Even this last one, we have APC contested the election. Not that this one, not everybody, but APC contested the election. But I cannot tell you that the election, they were giving the free hand to actually carry out what they were supposed to do. I can't deceive myself. They were also prevented at some point because some people feel that it's also our turn. That's why I said it's their turn. But in this your turn, why can't you sit down and look at it? Are you going to live on this earth forever? Some persons have conscience, some do not have.
Right, I mean, local.
Okay. The few times I stay as that council chairman leader, myself and the chairman, we don't even greet. We were indifferent because the brother was the governor. He felt he want to use the power to do what he do. I said no. So when this issue happened, people were telling me somebody that have been fighting you, go and take over his position. I said no, it's not a justification to go and take over his position. It's not justified.
Okay, let me move back to Comrade Solomon.
What I'm trying to say is this.
Right.
Anyhow you get into this political office, because the people in charge are at home. They decide what happens there. Try to do the right thing, so that history will remember you.
Okay, I'm sure Comrade Solomon, you have a lot of things to talk about. You also react to what he said, but just before you do that, so right now they're already in office, right? 18 of them, and I actually did see that one of them actually is 30-year-old and is quite young, and it's really a thumbs up to have young persons in power. So what do you think should be expected of them? What should they do, especially in the first 100 years in office? 100 days, right? 100 days in office. Perhaps they are not even informed or aware about what should be done.
Well, the 100 days is just a way of laundering money. What's 100 days? You know, let me advise them, because that's what you're asking me to do. My advice is that they should not take in the ways of their leaders, who obviously are leaders, because the end justifies the means. I'm glad that my brother is talking like this. Like I said, probably because of his background, because we've been comrades together over the years until he jackpot and became a bourgeois, and then and today he's welcome.
Perhaps he has seen the light.
Yeah, of course, like a prodigal son.
Great.
But having said that, you know, the truth is this: they might be rejoicing, but there is a warning. Because if you ask me, I should have asked SCF to disqualify the elections that happened in Esako West, where Jared Tenebe voted. He voted under the camera. That was electoral rigging. You voted openly under, you know, and everybody was saying that's another form of rigging. You know, so, but I'm just trying to use that as an example, that not everything your leaders do can be said to be correct. Well, some of them are done well in their test run as selected chairman. Not now that they are now affirmed chairman in the affirmation process, they refer to as election. We expect them to do better than they were doing. Some of them were actually reachable. Some of them were actually a little bit proactive, and some were reactive. Reactive in the sense that when you draw their attention to certain ills, they quickly attempt to address it. But having said that, the advice I need to give to them is that local government election is the closest form of government to the people. Isaac made a point, whether you like it or not. I remember when he was working with this European Union stuff. If you listen carefully, if these politicians will learn, is that the products he had was his advertisement for his councillorship. And I take them back to Comrade Adesu Shomole. That Adesu Shomole's second tenure was easy for him because he had something to show in his first tenure. He practically had it so easy coming a second time. And that goes also for the governor. That it is not that, you know, jostling around and telling people that you have 2.5 million votes to deliver and coming to sing the milocon to the people. Go and do the delivery that people refer to as dividend of democracy. They will naturally follow you. So if they want to remain in politics, they want to remain relevant, yes, your leaders will always come to steal from your council. But with the little that is left, try as much as you can to deliver to the people, because you have a longer way to go in politics.
Okay, Dr. That's you want to say something real quickly?
Well, the election has been conducted, winners have been declared, agendas have been set. What we want to see is that they should set the ball rolling from day one by having a clear-cut agenda of what they want to do. My earnest advice to the council chairman is that have a list of the community needs of all the communities in your local government.
Right.
Attach financial costs to each of these needs. Every month, the littles that you can do based on what comes in, execute them to the benefit of the people.
Okay, well,
that's my earnest advice.
Absolutely. Well, because of the time, we have to leave the conversation here. Let's hope the councillors and also the local government chairman do the needful as regards everything that we've said so far on this table. Well, thank you so much for joining us on The Beat today right here in our Benin studio. We now move over to Abuja studio for more conversation today or this morning on ITV.
Yeah, it is still this morning on ITV, bringing us to the Abuja Network studio, where we'll be looking at of course, what happened on Friday, which has to do with the rescue of 39 pupils and 5 teachers, with the Orire Oyo State kidnap victims. And we've seen many persons commending the federal government, including the governor of Oyo State and some other, prominent Nigerians, with a call that this be replicated in other areas where innocent Nigerians are taken hostage. And to do this, I have with me political analyst Segun Ajibulu. He will be discussing this issue via the internet, of course, Zoom. A very good morning to you, Mr. Ajibulu.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Okay, I know that you have followed through with what has happened since on Friday, when we saw that at the X-handle of the president's aide. And of course, since then, it has gone viral. Let us hear what you feel about it.
It's very good news. And though some of us have been expecting what really happened, those of us that have been following the trends, and we are just praying that things work out the way it did, And those kids were there safely, and nothing happened to them. We'll be praying for that, and we thank God that things work out the way we want it to be. And kudos to our security apparatus. They did a fantastic job.
Believe that 56 days is, long to rescue those that are being taken hostage. What do you make of this?
Yeah, 56 days might be long, but it's better than losing any soul. Yeah, because when we talk about this type of, I keep on telling people each time I have an interview on this issue, that this we are fighting. We are not fighting a real war in Nigeria. We are fighting an unconventional war, and an unconventional war we need to fight it in an unconventional way. And one thing which I will say with this operation is I give kudos to as I've said before, I give kudos to our securities. They really work together because this is an intelligent-led operation, and that's how operations are supposed to work. Unlike what we used to have before, that our security forces are not communicating with each other. They were doing things independently. But with this, it was they really did a fantastic job. They cooperate together. They share the intelligent information. And our DSS, they did a fantastic job. And if you know how this operation works, you know it's not something that could be rushed. Because if they've rushed it, I bet we will have lost some of those kidnapped kids and their teachers.
I understand that the residents of that area were also part and parcel of it because they provided the much needed intelligence, which of course led to the success of the rescue. So in your own opinion, how do you think this can be sustained, especially when we have pockets of other kidnaps across the country?
Yes, as I've said, our securities, they work together. And as you said, the vigilantes, the local people, they work together with the army, with the special Navy force, the civil defense, and the police. They all work together. They share intelligence, and that's how that's how we are able to succeed in this operation. And as I've said unlike before, let me tell you what has been going on in the country. It's not that we can't do all this thing. We have what it takes. We have the best army in Africa. We are one of the best in the whole world. But there has not been a political will to tackle this issue from onset. Because I have story to share. I have friends that are in the army. When they tell you the story, their story, you will weep for what is going on in the country. Imagine a situation where our army, they did everything they could. They almost captured all this nuisance. By the time they do that, the order will come that they should retreat. And that's what has been going on, because there wasn't a political way to fight this war the way we are fighting it now. If not, all these riffraffs, they are not matched to our folks in Nigeria. They are not, they're not getting close. We would have wiped these guys out long time ago. Now, even before they are really spread the way they are right now to all over the country. And as we said, imagine in Borno State, we still have some kids that are still in hostage. We have some children. We have a lot that are still I don't call them hostage. They are still kidnapped. So we still have a lot. I just pray that this is going to be the beginning. What they did here, they should be replicated in the other area. They should be replicated in the northern part where they have where we have some of those kidnapped victims, that they are still there in the bush.
You were telling us what you know about other operations where you believe that what happened in Oyo with the rescue would have long also been achieved in other areas like Borno, Adamawa, of course, Zamfara and Kebbi. So what do you know? Who is always telling them to retreat?
Okay, let me tell you this. The way this operation, the way it was able to, the way we were able to succeed, is through intelligence sharing. Number one, the leader of the kidnap group of those guys, the kidnappers. I believe one of them was arrested in Adamawa. Their leader was arrested in Adamawa, and the others were arrested. Their family. Sorry, their family, because what they did was to arrest their family. You did this to other family. Yes, your family will not also have sleep. So the first thing they did was going around, arrest all their family, their brother, their wife, their sisters, anyone they could get hold. They put them somewhere in detention. They made them talk to those kidnappers that if you kill any of these people that are in your custody, the rest assured your family will go for it too. You know, at the first initial stage, they were bringing out a demand. They want this, they want that. When they know that, the government is not succumb to their demand, they said, okay, they want us to, they want their leader, I think the name of their leader is Abu Bara and Mahmouda. They want the two of them to be released. That if they release, they are ready to release all those the case. And the government said, no, we are not going to do that. So, the one thing which the government did again, which the security did again, because this is 56 days, a long day. If the government have not acted, this case will have been transferred all over, like what we have done with the Shipo girl. They will have transferred them over. They will have taken them to different places. But what they did is they blocked their routes. They made sure they are not able to get out of this Old Oyo forest, Old Oyo parks. They made sure they are there. They made sure they are not allowed to get out from that area. So they snowed them in. And then when the government gave them the 72 hours ultimatum to release the girl or face the consequence, they thought the governments are playing. And the one thing which the security did this time, which everybody has been saying is not possible, is to call the communication. They call the communication through to them. They only talk to them. The government control the communication means. The government, the security talk to them whenever they want to talk to them. They make sure they are unable to get outside world, and they cut off all the means, or maybe the way they get the food and everything. They made sure that was cut off. So they really snowed them in. And when the 72-hour ultimatum came up, and they let them know that we have what it takes to take you out. Maybe they thought they were joking, because as I understand, several, we don't know how many of them, how many were there, but I was told that a lot of them were killed, and 8 of them were arrested. So it was, and if this had been going on, I'm sure those kidnappers in the other area, if they hear what is going on right now, I'm sure that they too will be thinking twice that, okay, it's not going to be game as usual. It's not going to be the way it used to be. Now it seems that a new sheriff have already taken over. There's a new sheriff in town. And as I've said before, for any successful operation, you need intelligent guarding. I used to work in the military setup in America. We call it mapping American mapping. I forgot the name. Something mapping. And before you enter the office there, you will see on the wall that we map the world for those who defend our nation, which means those who are fighting on the field, they were fighting based on intelligence gathering from those that are in the office. So those who are on the field here, they were feeding them the information. This is what is going on, this is what is going on, this is what you need to do. It's not just to just send people to the bush to go and be looking for people that you don't know their whereabouts. And this is what we have been doing. Believe me, my story that I was telling you the other time is very sad. I have about 3 different friends in the army. They gave me the same story. Some of them said he was fed up, he just want to get out of the army, he want to find a place to go. Because
Zibulu, you are speaking to Nigerians, and some of the things you are saying
I'm talking
is
about.
Noted.
I'm talking the fact.
So that particular aspect, many people have been talking about it, that it is about political will, and that is why the war in the Northeast is far from being prosecuted. So since you know some of these things, let us into it. It can guide future discourse.
Okay. You know what I was telling you is, when you hear the same story from 3 different people and they tell you the same thing, you know there's element of truth in it. When they tell you that they have been sent there to go and capture these kidnappers, and when they're getting close to them, order will come that they should retreat. How do you think they will feel? They will be very, they will be demoralized. And that's what happened. That's why we know this thing is taking so long. But you hear what I hear something recently, because I'm now in America. I hear that the chief of Army staff gave an order now that you should shoot on sight. Don't wait for any. Don't wait till when you will tell me that somebody is waiting for an order. And let me tell you another story that happened in my local government. Let me tell you this: there was a kidnapper going on. People came to town and said there's some kidnapper operating in the bush. They went to, there's army station not far from the area. Do you know what happened? The guy that went to report this to the army, he told them that something is going on. Know what he was told? They said they need to get the order from the above before they can move to the bush. And the guy said, "Oh, you're waiting for order from the above? I will go there myself. I'm going to fight them." Unfortunately, the guy was killed because he was the only one. He was expecting the army to follow him immediately. He told them that he knew where these guys were hiding. "Please follow me, let's go." But the army were waiting for the order from above. But I understand this will no longer be happening. This is from my local government in Ekiti. So this waiting from the order from above, or wait from the order to move or to stay, I understand that is no longer going to be applicable, which is a good thing. And that's why I said it's not going to be, it's not going to be party as usual for the kidnappers again in the country. And I hope and I pray that I'm right.
Yeah, sorry for that technical hitch, Mr. Segun Ajibulu and our viewers. Okay, if you are still there, Mr. Ajibulu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you just mentioned that there's a new sheriff in town. I'm sure you are referring to the President Bola Tinubu. So with the new sheriff in town, what?
When I said that, I'm talking about the new approach. Not individual per se.
Yeah. The new approach under President Bola Tinubu.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes. That is not under the president.
With the success story in Oyo, how can it be deployed in Kebbi State, where so many children, schoolgirls from Yauri are still in the hands of the bad guys? You go to Plateau, Adamawa, Bochi, we have in Borno. So, I mean, there are so many. So how can the success story be used on these other areas?
I'm sure by now our security officers and everybody, they will be planning the step. Let's say that Oyo step A, they'll be going on step B right now. I know now, you know what we have in the country. We don't have enough forces to man the whole country at the same time. It has to be one piece at a time. And right now, we know they have new let me say apparatus, new machines, new vehicle to work with, and I understand some are still coming very soon. We're going to get some more new deliveries of equipment very, very soon. So with this, I'm sure that all this kidnapping and everything will be things of the past. And mind you, again, the issue of the state police, that we know, we don't need to react when it happens. We need to make sure we don't allow it to happen. And that's where I'm very, very happy with this issue of state police. Because the one that are there right now in the bush, that are there with the kidnappers, I'm sure the government will be working day and night to see how these guys could be rescued. As I told you, around the time when the case in Oyo were kidnapped, the same thing happened in Borno State. Around the same time, some kids, and they were still there with the kidnappers, which have to be rescued. So I just pray and I hope that though the Oyo's one might be much more easier than going towards the north, because if you get to Niger forest, man, the place is so big. Unlike what we have in Oyo, Oyo Park, that is just about 2,500 square meter. Those ones are gigantic forests. That we not only need intelligent gathering, we need some gadget to be able to pinpoint where those kids are, where those kidnappers are. And it's not going, and it has been a while. I told you before, they made sure that these kids in Oyo, in this park, were not allowed to be moved. The army, everybody, they moved swiftly. But some of these ones that in the other part of the country, some of them have been there for months, for 6 months. Some of them have been in the kidnapper hand for 6 months. So they have their job cut out for them. But I pray and I hope, they will use another strategy which is different from the one that is used in Oyo, to make sure they get all those kidnappers released without paying a dime in any ransom. In ransom.
You just raised an issue which has to do with manpower. Before the president came in, during the campaign period, he did say that he will employ about 5 million, military personnel. So what is happening with the effort to increase the numerical strength of security personnel?
That's a quick question. Thank you. I'm sorry to ask a question. If you have 1,000 people in a hall and one person with a gun just come in there, it will overpower everybody in that hall. it's not the number that really matters. It matters, but not really what we should be talking about. Is the equipment, the modern equipment, to be able to pin those guys down and take them away. So yes, the government is working on making sure that enough equipment, enough what do you call it, enough artilleries were imported to the country. As I said, some are in already, and I know some are still coming. And you know, this thing is not, some of this thing doesn't take a day to build. Some of them take years when you order it, when you order for it. It might take 2 years. Some of them take a year plus. Some of them take 3 years before you can get your order. And what's the use of having the ammunition without being able to use it? And many of our, and let me tell you this, many of our military men, they are in overseas right now getting trained on how to use these ammunitions. So it's coming. And maybe when it comes, as I've said, you don't need to have thousands of farming. If 100 of farming may do what 1,000 of farming will do with that equipment. Equipment really matter.
Mr. Ajibola, you believe that we should continue to wait for the orders that are being placed for military hardwares? But if you look at it, Nigeria, we often pride ourselves as the giant of Africa. Several decades after independence, with so much resources, should we continue to order for those military hardware? Is it not time Nigeria, have a system of producing what it is consuming, including the military hardware?
Thank you. That's unfortunately, you're very correct, my brother. And that's part of the problem we'll be having in the country. And if you go through where we're supposed to be today and where we are, you will shelter for the country, for our country. Because some of these places where we are going to order this equipment from, they were way behind us during the independence. But we find ourselves where we find ourselves. And as they say, the journey of 1,000 miles start by taking the step. Yeah, the present government is taking the step. And that's why we say that things are, this is time of resetting. Because as you said, I understand some of our military, they are now in the process of producing some of this equipment. They're working on it. But we need something that is that is more urgent. It's a different thing if we are not in this situation. But I know there's artillery department that are really working there. I read it somewhere, some that our military are working on producing some of this equipment themselves. But as I've said, it doesn't make any sense wasting all these boys' life chasing people that have better equipment than them. And, at the end, we come back loser again. So it needs to be properly planned and properly executed. I'm very much 100% with you that it's a shame. It's not even only in if you want to it's something. It's not only in military artillery or there's in many areas of our life in Nigeria we are way behind where we are supposed to be today. No, I was
okay. I must thank you. Thank you so much for your time with us, Mr. Segun Ajibulu. The time is usually short.
Okay.
Some other time we'll have you again.
Thank you. I thought we still go to the area of state police, but next time.
It's the time. We're moving to Lagos now for the same discussion with our Lagos Network Studios. time with us on this discussion segment. Now we are moving straight to Lagos on same topic. Of course, Patricia Gibber is standing by.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. Abducted Oyo pupils, teachers freed without ransom after security agencies arrested terrorists, wives, mothers, and close relatives. Former DSS operative Sheyi Adetayo claims. And the military, how multiple arrests forced terrorists to release adopted Oyo pupils and teachers unconditionally. This is coming from the Nigerian Army. Good morning and thank you for joining us on the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. And this morning we'll be looking at the release of the adopted students and teachers. After 56 days from Iriri community in Oyo State. To do this with me in the studio is Dr. Well, he has said he wants to be addressed as Community Sam Wasinda. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Did I get that right?
Citizen.
Okay, Citizen Sam Wasinda. That's how he wants to be addressed, since he will be, representing the citizens of Nigeria. So, Citizen Sam Wasinda, you're welcome to the program as usual.
Thank you very much.
I hope it was peaceful.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we just heard what the military said and, how the release was planned. That's after 56 days. Just run us through what you think about that operation.
Well, from the first and foremost, kudos to our Nigerian, kudos to our security agency, because one thing about we, the citizens of Nigeria, we must learn to applaud the government when they do well, in as much as we criticize them and we're doing something that is wrong. Now, on this, we need to really give a big thumbs up to the Nigerian military and the Joint Security Agency for this awesome work they have done. 56 days is actually a long time, but it's better it goes this way and we get them rescued than in the situation where we would have lost them even after staying very long. And it's coming against the backdrop where citizens are almost at the point of moving on. To an extent, we're almost like going to move on the issue, like it's one of those incidents that will just kidnap them, will make noise after a while, and then before you know it, the matter fizzles out, and that's the end of it. I think for the first time in a long while, the government and the agency approved the citizen wrong by going forth to ensure that these victims are rescued. Now, when you listen to the information that is in the public, how that operation was also carried out, you really agree with me, just like I always say in this studio, that we have one of the best security agencies if politicking is taken out of the operation. And you could see how this operation was actually carried out. It was joined. We have the army, we have the air force, the police, we have Omoteco, we have vigilantes, and you could see DSS. You could see how the coordination was
even the people of Oriri.
Even the people themselves. You could see how the coordination was carried out and how smooth. Even though we lost a life, which I'm going to still talk about that, much later, but you could see how smooth the operation was carried out. No damage, at least everybody was rescued that were alive and they met at that point. So that tells us that when they donated, security networking, we can achieve much more. So this is sign and a proof that we can actually conquer these people if the governments are determined to do so. So in this, you could see clear determination that the government actually wanted to get these people rescued, and that's what we have seen. So once again, kudos to the Nigerian.
Okay, so Nigerian Army had said that no ransom was paid for this rescue. What do you make out of it? Because usually we hear the federal government negotiating with the terrorists, the kidnappers, to pay some ransom to release, the adopters. But in this case, they have said no ransom was paid. What do you make out of that? Not just the ransom. The negotiation they were having forth and back for the 56 days was that their kingpin who was arrested should be released. And we are also hearing that he is still in their custody. They did not release it. No ransom was paid. and they have released the teachers and the pupils. What's your make on
for
that?
me, that can be very possible. But even though, you know, the citizen will still want to drag such because of how such case have been handled, you know, in time past. Again, this also proves that the government of the day, particularly the current administrator, need to do much more, because the trust of the citizen, you know, on their system of governance had been betrayed. And so even when they are coming to say this is exactly what happened, it is difficult for the citizen, you know, to accept that, considering the fact that this is what we always hear. And then after a day or two, you hear a counter, you know, information. This one they say, okay, even currently now, some are saying rescue, some are saying release. Do you understand me? Now, we should be able to have a uniform language. If it is release, let us know it is release. If it is rescue, we should know it is rescue. But now we are playing between two words, and this is always the problem. And I think the current administration has a problem of communication. And I don't know, for whatever reason, they are poor when it comes to communication. They don't tell you how they do their things. You could see, imagine, even at this operation, people are still trying to question the process simply because the information are not properly communicated. And when you talk, they say some of the information should be kept for security reasons and purpose. But yes, there are certain parts that should be kept. We agreed. But you should also let us know, you know, sometimes there's nothing wrong when they were going for this operation. They should have a body cam, so that while they are doing the operation, we could even see some of the actions that actually really take place, just to convince the citizen that that was on. But coming to say ransom was not paid, I want to believe that truly ransom may not have been paid because of the approach, you know, they gave it by trying to, you know, even though it is against our law, but sometimes they had to bend it just to achieve, because one of the things they said was that they went after the family and the relatives of the, you know, terrorists. You understand me now? So it became the case of, okay, we also show you a video. If you kill anybody there, we kill your own too. So it becomes like a win-win situation. So me, I believe at that point, I don't see them talking about ransom, because if they are going to talk about ransom, let's assume that the federal government paid them ransom. That means the federal government can actually triple the ransom to return, to get back for their own family too. So I want to believe that on this note, I don't think the issue of ransom actually
you know, you're making it just so very clear to me now. So what are you saying, that the federal government will also release the families of the terrorists or kidnappers? Wouldn't it be have been an opportunity for federal government to be able to actually get to this and close this chapter once and for all by holding on to the families?
Yeah, don't forget that from the reports, they also said they neutralized, let me use the military language, they neutralized some of them, and some of them have been, you know, arrested. So I think for me, the government had done with the family, but I don't really think the family are actually involved, you know, in this. It's possible that they may not even be aware that this is what their relatives or their parent does. But even if it is at that, I don't think the law permits that they should pay for such sin. So for me, I feel that since they've gotten the people and they have some of them in the custody, I think those people in their custody should be the ones that will be able to give them the information or further information they will need on how to clamp down on, you know, how this approach will go. They may not get much if they still help back to the family. So it's now looking like government is becoming like a terrorist. But like I said, does what happened or what will happen to the family, you know, of the terrorists. But I don't think much might be done on them. But I know a lot will be done. Concentration will be done on those ones that are arrested, because that's where you're going to get information that you need.
Wasinda, we're looking at the implications for the fight against insecurity after this adopted your pupils and teachers have been freed. What do you think all of this will make out? What is the implication for the fight of against insecurity? Is it going to be positive, negative with this operation that has just been taking place?
Well, for me, it's in the hand of the government. If they still decide to go on the way of politicking the matter, we may return back, you know, to the same situation, maybe probably in the same Oyo State, just the way it happens in Plateau. After the president came, made a speech, left, that day or a few days later, we still have a repeat of such, you know, crisis. So for me, I think the government should capitalize on this victory and then seize the opportunity and then enhance, you know, the agency to see how they can, you know, consolidate on this victory and spread it across, you know, the country. So for me, I think it's a positive light if the government will actually really look at it. And I want to appeal at this point that if the government can a little bit take away their eyes from campaign and use this as their campaign strategy. What I mean by that is that get more people rescued. We still have those in Borno State.
I was going to come to that, but can we have the pictures and the videos displayed of the children that has been rescued and the teachers in Oriri or your states while we're talking? Okay, so that's the head teacher who was actually arrested with the children. But Nigerians are saying something, Dr. Wasinda. So Nigerians are saying, where did they get these clothes from? They were kidnapped with uniforms. So how come they have changed, you know, and why are they just saying thank you to the president? So these are questions making rounds in social media.
Yes, it goes back to what I said. I said the problem of this current administration is communication. And you see, because their communication system in pushing out narrative out there, it is not properly well explained, detailed. You always find such thing. You know, the people are part of looking malnourished, but they are looking very neat,
very neat. Yes,
as if they are actually coming, not really from the bush.
Exactly.
And the picture was supposed to narrate that they were rescued. This is where they met them.
Yes.
And then they put them inside the vehicle. And after 56 days, some of them are even on something that looks like white.
Yes, and the white is very clean.
The white is very, very clean. So this is why I said we have a problem, that the federal government, the current administration have a problem, you know, of communication, because it doesn't really tell like these people are just released from the bush. But
so
like
what are you saying? Do you think they had been released and they were taken somewhere to really clean up before bringing them out?
Well, it's possible that they might have done that, but like I said, it boils back to the communication. What is given to us is contradicting the images we are seeing. You claim that you met them, rescued them, put them in the bus, and then you brought them, you know, to the public. But for me, I feel that a lot could have also transpired that the government did not tell us. I would have resorted to, you know, looking this.
But we're saying that we have seen a video of the lieutenant that was killed.
Yes.
We saw a video where a bike that went to carry his corpse. You know, a video, not even a picture. So that's the kind of video we're expecting to see of these rescued pupils, not this clean. We're expecting to see a video of them being brought out from the kidnappers' den, just like the officer that was killed, the video where his colleagues were carrying him on a bike to take him out from the bush. So that's what we're expecting. What do you think about that?
We did not see the gun battles now. We were told that they neutralized and arrested. That's why I'm saying that there was not have gone with body cam. Why they are doing this operation, we are seeing some certain things. But like I said, when you challenge them, they will tell you that there are certain things that they need to keep out for security, you know, reasons. And these things they are keeping out is raising a whole lot of questions. That's why I said, I want to just give them the benefit of that, in the sense that the children have been rescued. But if we want to take our time to start analyzing, you know, one after the other and trying to look at things the way they should, you know, then we're going to have a problem. Because for me, we should celebrate the rescue.
Okay, Wasinda, let's quickly go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay.
From what we got at Adamawa, you know, far north, just to get the family of some of these people. This is how effective an intelligence can actually play role. And the intelligence, for me, is not even the force that the military used. It was the intelligence the military relied on, you know, to apply or deploy the force they used in order to rescue these people. So for me, intelligence plays a whole lot, and we hope to see even much more on that, because some of these terrorists, like I always say each time I'm opportune to be here, is that they cannot be stronger, smarter, and more advantage than our Nigerian military force. That's the honest truth. But you see, this intelligence gathering, and for it that to also happen effectively, is just exactly what has happened now. You could see the synergy of the agent. You know, that's what really brought about this whole victory. It's not just the military alone.
Okay, some people are saying that the military operation was easier in Oyo State due to the absence of leakage of information. You know, probably this time around the informations of the operation was kept really, really tight. So there was no leakage of information to the terrorists or to the kidnappers.
Yes, that's the role intelligence actually play. You know, so you don't have what I believe they did. I'm not a security expert, but it's like immediately they grab you. You know, they do that quietly and codedly. So nobody will even know that somebody was probably missing. They just only discover that somebody that's supposed to communicate an information, they are not reaching out. They couldn't reach him, and nobody is really giving a clear light whether there was an operation that was carried out, whether there was an arrest, you know, that was made. So you know that automatically broke their network flow, and that's the power of intelligence, because that's where the intelligence really comes.
Okay, so what is
you know?
stopping the military from, you know, having this kind of operations in other states? Because over the weekend we also heard the attack in Benue, I think in Plateau State too. So why can't our military use these same tactics for these other states? We still have the Chibok girls, some of them still out there. I'm sure they are women by now. We still have other children.
Even the ones that were kidnapped in Borno about the same time with this, you know, this particular one. Now, you see, for me, I think what also necessitated this were two factors. Number one, the pressures of the citizen. You see, the challenge from the north, I'm from the north, like I always say, when that kidnapping also took place in Borno State, we didn't hear noise like we had in this part of, you know, the nation.
Is it that those parts of the country
it has always been like, you know, there's a way they accept things, and they just feel that one day things will turn overnight. And now I also heard that they are trying to even politicize it. You know, some people are saying it's because this one happened within the region where the president actually came from, you know, and stuff like that. But for me, it is not true. You need to speak up if you need help. The pressure that was mounted on the government, the government became threatened, and they knew that this would sabotage their efforts.
So do we have to mount pressure on the government each time citizens are being kidnapped?
I think that's the method that will work. It's not supposed to be so, but unfortunately that's where we find ourselves. Why? Is because this current administrator, they are after 2027. They want to win election. They want to come back the second time. So they need the citizen to continue to mount pressure. See, the pressure is not just on security. Whatever the citizen want or need, we need to mount a pressure. That's what it shows. It is that pressure that had necessitated this whole, because they knew that their integrity, even the position of the president on this region is at stake if these people were not rescued. So I expect the northerner to also do the same, rather than trying to politicize it that he actually did that and allowed that to happen because it was his region. It is not true. It has nothing to do with that, because he's the president of not just this region. He's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That's true. So let's look at insecurity, you know, generally. How significant is this development in the border fight against insecurity?
Well, the development is positive, if only the government will allow them to sustain the momentum. I also have the chief of defense staff made a statement, I think towards the weekend, when he said the military are now well equipped, and that he's saying that whenever they see a terrorist, they should not wait for order. They should just shoot aside.
Yes.
So I think for me, if the statement is not garnished with politicking, because somewhere along the line it will be watered down when it's coming down, then I think we are already on course. It shows that the government are determined. And you see, why the government needs to be very, very determined is that they are playing with 2027. They think they have gotten it right, but the citizens are the ones to decide. Not all these politicians who are paying lip service, who are after their pockets, who are saying what the president loves to hear because they are benefiting from the government, you know, coffers. You see, the citizens who are feeling it will determine who will govern them in the next election. And you see, I keep saying, and I'll continue to say, Nigerians are getting wiser by the day, and the impact of what is affecting them is telling them that they don't need to sleep. They need to be more decisive and don't leave this in the hand of the government. And that's why I want to say this morning that the current administration must be intentional. For me, if they can even take out their eyes for a moment on this year 2027 and concentrate by taking advantage of what has happened and duplicate it, replicate it in other states, I can tell you for free that the citizen may be tempted to have a rethink on some certain areas.
Why did you say may? I mean, because the citizens don't care about the personality of whoever is coming to be the president. They just want the right thing done.
Yes. Why I use the word that they may, because this is one out of so many. We still have the case of poverty. Poverty is another problem of its own. But this is one of the most pressing. You know, you are poor and then you are not also secure. You know, the combination of these two things is like living in hell while you are living in a mirage palace. So that was why I used the word may. So this, for me, the government should leverage on this, because this could give them an advantage. For me, it's a campaign too. It depends on how they look at it, because the moment more people are rescued, and then this issue of insecurity is dropping, you know, down by the day, I think it will be a plus to the government. There's hardly people that hear even when you say, but the people are looking the way they are looking, like it looks like they've been rescued before now and stuff. But everybody admit that they were rescued. Yeah. And that is the most important thing. What we've been fighting for, whether they look dirty or clean, is not important. What is important is that these people have been rescued. And rescued 56 days. 56 days. So that's a whole lot. So it's something we should celebrate as Nigerians. But why we say as citizens, they brace up to know that it is now they are working at it.
Okay, Nigerians are actually celebrating. We are all celebrating. We're grateful to God that these children, the teachers, came back home safely. So, but would you say the rescue indicates progress, or does the adoption expose continuing weakness in the fight of terrorism?
For me, I think it's mixed, because while we're celebrating this, we just heard about Benue and Plateau State. So it's like you are winning on one side, and then we're also having the same case repeated, you know, on another side. But like I said, Nigeria, the government should capitalize on this. And what are they casting on? The power of networking, synergy of the security agencies. The moment we are able to drive that, this same result, it is not rocket science. It is what, if they put in place, it will be replicated in all parts of the state. And then the issue of insecurity will start dying naturally. Take the government anything. All they needed to do is to take away politicking from this, so become decisive on what they want to do about the life of the city. So the president, I think at this point, it should leverage and capitalize on this, amount pressure, and ensure that this tempo is sustained and build upon, so that it will be replicated in other parts that we're having insurgent, and see how they can clamp down on them. Because this shows that we have the power, we have the might, we have all it takes, and that it shows that we have a gallant, you know, agency that can actually go after these people if politicking is taken out of.
Wow, if politicking is taken out of this. So are you now saying it should create a role, you know, local security?
For me, community is even the number one, because these people that adopt people actually live within a community.
How would you say the community played, what role would you say the community helped in playing in this rescue?
I'm sure to an extent they help in, you know, information. There's no way you would have ruled out. You see, there was also a role of hunters. Hunters are usually from a community. So that's a role. Okay, so they actually could have told them, giving them an idea of this is where we know that most likely they are, or this is where we have sighted. You know, hunters can go a mile you least expected. You understand what I'm saying now? So they could cover some things that possibly that, since for now, I don't think the deployment of drones are actually that effective now. But you see, the role of the communities plays a role, because these people live within them. They can actually give out an information. Again, that is when they've come to the point where they trust the security agency. Because you see, the issue of trust for me is still a problem. They said if you see something, you say something. But how are you sure that when you say something, they will not use what you say, you know, and come after you? But I think at this point, the community themselves finally saw the readiness, and they've been able to build that. That's why I don't want to say that in that 56 days, I want to believe that government were actually working. This thing didn't happen overnight. And part of the work was what convinced the people in that community to an extent to believe that I think these people are in for something more real than what to think. Otherwise, if they don't get it right, but you see they neutralize and then they made an arrest, people coming back to climb on that village is very, very high. But with this move, it shows that, you know, that. And then I want to believe that the government will not be stupid to evacuate themselves completely. I want to believe that they will somehow still leave a security presence, somehow, in case those people want to regroup, you know, and return back and stuff like that. So these are some of the things we want to see. And that will assure not just the communities, it will also assure the individual citizen of Nigeria that when he sees a move or a sign of insecurity, he can actually voice out. But that, like I said, a lot has to still be done. Security agency can gain and win the trust of the citizen.
Okay, that we very recently, or even in the past, it's always been school attacks. more schools attacks. Yes, they attack communities, especially in Plateau State, but more of school attacks. How will the school be protect themselves better from the future attacks?
Well, the school protecting themselves from future attacks, I don't really see if they have much to do, because we are dealing with people who are terrorists, we are dealing with bandits. These are people who are armed. I don't think there is any law that permits, you know, any school to be able to, you know, employ such things. So for me, I think the government needs to re-strategize that approach, because they see that as a soft ground. They've tried it before. You know, this is not the first time we'll be talking about school attack. You know, you remember even when they were going for is it WAEC or JAM, you know, like that. So they said that, look, they say open to be able to make fortune. So I think that government should start thinking 10 times ahead of these guys, because they now discover that it's like this is the new trend of the approach. So by the beefing of security measure, you know, around each of some of these schools, so that if they have enough food soldiers, or they don't want to place so much food soldiers on ground, but they can put some interns here and there, so that the moment there is a sign of any movement and stuff, I think don't also forget, you see, this proaction is also very, very important, because in some cases we have also had that sometimes the school had even informed some security agency, but the incident will still happen before the security will eventually come. And don't forget, there was also an incident that up to have not yet been answered. The school wrote, I can't remember where now, that they had that there was going to be an attack. They deployed some security men, and when the security men left, barely 30 minutes or thereabout, those people came. Up to today, they have not been able to tell us who made that call for those people to have left. So for me, I think men should look at security in schools by using intel, not necessarily a visible force men on ground, so that because the moment they know that, okay, these people are here, they will change their strategy. But intels, you know, they are like an undercover. So let's have more of them, you know, appointed or assigned in some specific kind of school that most likely, you know, they suspect. Nigerians are very intelligent, so if they put their graft, they'll be able to know what, you know, is going to happen, just like what they did at Oyo, and they got it.
Okay, lessons must have been learned from all of this. So what lessons should federal government and state government learn from this? Because in all of this operation for 56 days, some lessons must have been learned. So what do you think the federal government should pick from these lessons as federal government and state government? Because right now the fight for kidnapping is not just left for the federal government. So which lessons do you think should have been picked from all of these operations?
Well, one of the lessons that should be picked is the coordination and the cooperation of the state and the federal. You see, in the case of Oyo, we almost have a fallout, in the sense that the governor at some point was almost making, or he made a statement like it was when he declared his presidential ambition that incident took place. So are you trying to point a finger at a direction?
That's because if you remember, Nelson Wike actually said to him that he was going to show him. So probably where the governor for your state
he only said he was going to show him, but he didn't tell him what he's showing him. I'm not speaking for the FCT minister. If I have an opportunity,
you know, all the time trying to respond to the kidnapping.
You see, for me, I don't really think our security agencies are the problem. It's the focus of the people in power currently, the current administration. If you say security is your focus, like I said, I keep saying it and I'll continue to say, if this government decide that they want to go after these people, between 24 to 72 hours, these people can be brought down. Security agency will go by the command of the commander-in-chief. They will not do things on their own. Don't forget that the chains is still there. When you see, you have to call this one have to clear this, it has to now get to Mr. President. Mr. President will not give an order. Do you understand? That process sometimes takes.
No, but now we have heard shoot aside.
That's what I said. I hope it will not be watered down. It is not the first time we have had shoot. The president himself went to Plateau State and assured them that this evil will not repeat. Didn't the evil repeat? Is another one not happened recently that we're talking about now? That's the number one man. Not to talk about the Minister of Defense. That's the problem. So I think politicking should be removed. If there are people who are benefiting from it, they should be fished out add them as bandits. For me, they are the real bandits. The people who will not carry out the command, the instruction, the directive of the president when it comes to insecurity. They should be tagged bandits. They should be tagged terrorists. And then the terrorism dealing, that law should carry out on them first and foremost, because they are the cause of this problem. That's why I said, I heard him when he said, don't wait for any command. But I can still tell you that the possibility, if it's watered down, if you dare do that, before the man will get to know if what has already been done. See, this country is becoming very interesting now. It's another world on its own. We run our government separate from any other thing. How do you explain? In a system where we are, I'm sorry to digress a little, we're having a fake agency who is operating within the federal government environment
and has a budget and had met with different people, and you think that somebody will make a statement and said do this and it will be carried out. No, now the system is so corrupt that until we start this banditry from among the people who are making sure that they create the bottleneck so that these instructions are not carried out, we'll continue to have this problem. Don't forget that even the president once said that he knows that even among his people they are trying to eliminate him. These are the people we should even start thinking of dealing with them. When an instruction, a directive is given by the number one man, anybody that does not carry it, I think we should start seeing them as the bandit themselves. And then they should start dealing with them from that perspective. Because you cannot tell me that you had a bottleneck when the number one man, whose primary assignment is to secure life and property, and has brought you in to carry out what he said, and you are coming to allow it happen. I think heads should start rolling. Not just of the bandit, but of some of the people that are in position to make it happen. When any life is lost, I think some of these people, they should not only be caused to question it, their heads should probably roll. Maybe by the time we start having it that way, they will have a sense and rethink, rather than just sitting there in their AC offices and then just thinking that because they get some things from the federal coffers, everybody is fine. Citizens are not fine. We are not sleeping with our two eyes closed. Not because the president does not want to work or he has not given a directive, but some people are trying to facilitate. Such people should be seen as bandits and should be treated as bandits. Okay, I don't know. To these criminals, to these bandits, do you think this rescue would have sent to their group?
Well, it will send, but I don't know if it sent much. That's because they also understand how our system works. Today we are hot, tomorrow we are cold. Next tomorrow we are hot, next tomorrow we are cold. That's what I just said now. We're just talking about rescue. Another incident has happened. The one that is reported. You don't know, countless incidents happen on a daily basis. It is only the media and social media can capture that we tell. And I can tell you that much more happened than we were told, that we are informed. So you understood that, see, today the armies are on top of their game and they may go to relax for another longer while. So within that opening, they can start. They are ever ready. So at any time they can strike and get away with it. So I think our government should be more of the ever ready than even them. But it seems like because of the politicking that is in it, today we are on top of it, tomorrow, is something else. So this is the challenge for me that we need to really...
while the operation was taking place in Oriri, in Oyo State, we also heard of some kidnapping up there in the north. What will be your advice for the military? Should they just move this kind of intelligence straight to Borno State and Plateau State and Benue State, because we heard in these three states they were kidnapped?
No, they don't need to move them. We have them everywhere. There's no place that we don't have DSS. There's no place we don't have we don't have police, we don't have vigilante, we don't have hunters. All they needed to do is send the same template to the same people. You see this thing, duplicate it in your state. It's working. And that's all. You don't need to be moving people from place to place, because again, moving them is even risky. Because if these people are familiar with this terrain, you are now moving them to the north. It has to take them probably another 6 months or thereabout to understand the terrain, and a lot of damage would have been done. And then by the time they finish, you have to move them to another state again. So for me, we have these same people all over the federation. Send them the template, let them duplicate it, and then run with it. It's as simple as that.
In 1 minute, looking ahead, what practical steps can reduce insecurity across Nigeria in 1 minute?
For me, the practical step is simple. The government should be more decisive and should be tough. Clamp down on those who are not in tune and in not carrying out the directive and the instruction of the president when it comes to security. Call them to question, call them to book. Like I said, handle them as terrorists. Let's begin to see them that they are the main enemy than the ones in the bush. and then that will begin to solve our problem.
Thank you so much, Citizen Sam Wasinda, for finding time to join us this morning on ITV. Yes, to our citizens out there, please remain safe, and especially to Lagos citizens, please stay safe from the rain, from the floods, and if you don't have to go out, don't go out. The floods are actually heavy here in Lagos. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Patricia Uremu-Gabriels.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. Welcome on board. I am Anuoluwakpo Stevens, perhaps calling a social media butterfly. Now, our video of today is the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, giving us the steps for this week. Take a look. Well, the mood for the week is set already. Now, our first story for today is hashtag the First Lady of Nigeria, trending again for interesting reasons. Now, over the weekend, Senator Oluremi Tinubu has appealed to some of the country's biggest entertainers, musicians, the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Rema, to help the needy in the country. She actually did say that they should channel their wealth into charitable initiatives aimed at supporting poor and vulnerable Nigerians, also linking it up to a music icon, Akon, and what he's doing in the world. Now, speaking on the need for the greater private sector and individual support for social welfare, Tinubu said wealthy entertainers could make significant impact by establishing foundations dedicated to empowering struggling citizens, even as they enjoy the rewards of their success. Take a listen to her.
People. But our priorities are different. And I think it's high time we started helping those who need help in the country. I want to appeal to our young ones in the entertainment industry. I've mentioned it before, and I will use Akon, a music icon who does a lot of great charity work. They make the Burna Boys of this world, Ashake, all of them, Davido. We want to see you with one foundation or the other, helping the poor with your money. Not just good cars are good. A Maybach is good, Rolls Royce is good, but still, you can still help. The burden on the government is huge. You can still help. There are pepper sellers, there are vegetable sellers, there are okra sellers, melon sellers, akara, kuli. Akara is delicious.
Akara is definitely delicious. That's like a Saturday breakfast. So likes of Shali, Porpy, and the likes come out and help poor needy in Nigeria. Now, how did you take this online? Let's see what Gen Z particularly have been saying regarding this. Now, this user wrote, the audacity of Remi Tinubu asking Davido, Burna Boy, and Ashake to help poor Nigerians when there is a whole government in place is what is shocking me. Okay, now this user wrote on X still, she's clearly saying the truth. For those of you saying, why can't she use her money for that? A country isn't built that way. Yes, government officials may have embezzled the people's money, but without more support, how can you expect the government to sustain everyone. Well, still taking reactions on this story, this user says on X, there are the one in charge of the National Treasury, not OBO or Burna Boy. You are buying cars for women leaders, but can't equip Nigerians with with what they need. Okay, jokers. Anyway, it's an ongoing story on socials, and we'll keep you up to speed right here. But away from that, we now move over to Oyo State, where we got a cherry news over the weekend as the students and teachers who got abducted in Owerri local government area 56 days after in captivity have finally been rescued. Now, according to a statement by the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, the victims were freed through the efforts of security agencies. Now, let's take a look at the first video that went viral after we got news of their release on socials. Take a look at that moment.
Hello, sir. Our Father, we are grateful. The President, sir, we are grateful. We understand your commitment to our safety, and we appreciate all you did for us. We could see in your hand. Thank you very much. And every security operative, they tried so much, and that is why we are still alive now. We are very grateful unto you. Thank you very much.
Now, also in a video that went viral, the federal government did release front line of the operations that actually did, free the Oyo school children over the weekend. Take a look. Nigerians, it's finally a bit of cherry news on the country. Reacting to this online, let's get our first reaction from Peter Obi, if we can. He also did say that we should give Thanksgiving. Yes, that's it. Peter Obi says the children's safe return is worthy of Thanksgiving. In fact, yesterday I saw a trending video of the wife of the famous principal thanking God in church. He also went ahead to say, I am greatly relieved and delighted to learn that the safe rescue of the school children who were kidnapped. I sincerely thank all those tireless efforts made their freedom possible. And he went on and on and on. Now, another user reacting on X, this one wrote, the first thing they made them do is to record a video to thank Tinubu. They didn't even let them reunite with their family first. Okay, now this one reacting says, glad they are finally home safe after 2 months. Hope the security guys actually took out the main kidnappers this time instead of just letting them walk. Now, still staying in Oyo State, same Friday as well, when this incident broke out on social media, the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde interestingly made a revelation where he said that the abduction of pupils and teachers from Owerri local government area occurred just hours after he declared his intention to contest for the 2027 presidential election. Now, Makinde made a remark while addressing a meeting with Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed and the leaders of Allied People's Movement in Bauchi State. Take a look.
For 7 years, we didn't witness anything like this in Oyo State. I declared to run for the presidency of Nigeria at 4 o'clock, and by 9 a.m. the following morning, the children were abducted. We're still feeling through. For 7 years, we didn't witness anything.
Now moving over to tweets and reaction. We'll start off with this user who wrote on X. This one says, okay, now this is on Instagram actually. This user wrote, let's agree the attack was planned 12 hours after your declaration. My question for you, sir, in your 7 years in office, how did you invest in your state security that you couldn't counter the attacks in more than 30 days? Now another user wrote, stop playing politics with everything. While still reacting to this viral video, this user wrote, the kidnap was politically motivated. We know, sir. Is the sir for me there? Now we're taking more reactions on this. This one wrote, out there, kidnap is something properly planned over time before execution. If the kidnap happened hours after your presidency declaration, then it's most likely had nothing to do with that. So look for something else to blame this failure on. Alrighty. Now, just when you think you've actually seen it all on social media comes with a different dynamics. Now, hashtag Festus Keyamo and Peter Obi trended over the weekend for interesting reasons. As the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Mr. Peter Obi has reacted to claims made by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, over the recent airport controversy, accusing the minister of presenting a misleading account of the incident and targeting him for political reasons. Now, you will recall that Keyamo had issued the NDC presidential candidate an ultimatum stating that he should publicly apologize to airport officials and pay 25,000 naira fine over a wrongful parking incident at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport or face the consequences. And this actually got social media buzzing. Interestingly, we had the Festus Keyamo, the Minister of Aviation, actually post the footage of the incident from the CCTV. Take a look.
Coming up from the vehicle.
Well, reacting to this, Peter Obi's media aide, Idris Zekeri, says it's all politically motivated and you're just winch hunting Peter Obi. Now, let's take a tweet and reaction. Also to let you know that Festus Keyamo gave Peter Obi a couple of days to apologize and pay 25K. Now, Comrade Deji Adeoju says, ordinary 25K fine that most of us have paid at the airport whenever our cars are clamped, a presidential aspirant had to call to peddle influence so he doesn't pay. Very anyhow person. His driver cannot pay such a fine without calling him. Laugh out loud. My driver and my wife's driver have paid such fines on numerous occasions at the local and international airports. They will only tell us later and show us our receipts. Now, away from that interesting story, now this user wrote, Dear Mr. Festus, I don't blame anyone but Obi, who despite being a billionaire, decides to live a fragile lifestyle in a society where people don't respect humility. And he went on and on and on, as you can see there. Now, another tweet, okay, if we can, I think that's all we have on that story. It's an ongoing conversation. Would he pay the fine or not? Would he apologize? We're definitely watching out on Peter Obi versus Festus Keyamo. Now, we'll wrap up TMI Socials today with this note. The chairman of Jaho local government area in Jigawa State left people shocked after he distributed single sheets of steel roofing to residents as part of empowerment scheme. Now, the pictures you can actually see currently of the distribution went viral across social media platforms, with many expressing shock at the gesture. And of course, the government came out to respond by explaining that the materials were distributed to ease building cost. And imagine having to share just one single sheet of roofing. It's really, really hilarious. I can't wrap my head around it. It's called an empowering scheme right here in Nigeria. Now, tweet and reaction on this story. We started with this one who wrote, Bossman on X. First time where I go manage see Jigawa for news. Now, for funny reason, one roofing sheet for empowerment. Oh, well, this is funnily sad. It's the funnily sad for me. Another user wrote, wait, they have zinc roofing sheet problem in that state? Or this is yet another government empowerment without needs assessment? Okay, well, finally, this user wrote, just one. What are they supposed to do with it? Sell it to Iron Condemn? Well, good question. I feel like only the Jigawa state government can give all of the answers that you need at this point. Now, on that note, we wrap up TMI Socials today. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwakpo Stevens. From all of us on This Morning on ITV Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Edo State. Please stay safe. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
certainly the best.
On the news tonight, appeal court upholds judgment barring INEC from recognizing David Mark-led ADC activities. Federal government bows to pressure, suspends increase in WAEC NECO fees. Governor Paulo receives Edo returnees from South Africa. EDSEC issues certificates of return to elected chairman councillors. Also on the news, a Lagos task force apprehends 309 commercial motorcycles on ECOWAS Road. Good evening and welcome to the news on Independent Television, reaching you live from the nation's capital. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Sonny Dukokosun from our Benin Network studio. Hi, Sonny. Good evening. It's very good to see you.
Good evening, Joyce. It's always a delight to see your beautiful face on the ITV main news.
Many thanks, Sonny. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriels. Hi, Patricia. It's always a pleasure having to see you on the screen. How are you doing?
Good evening, Joyce. It's good to see you on the screen.
Many thanks, Pat. Remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV and Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now let's begin with judicial matters. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has upheld a Federal High Court judgment restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing state congresses conducted by committees appointed by the Senator David Mark-led caretaker leadership of African Democratic Congress. In a split 2-1 judgment, Justice Okon Abang, who delivered the lead verdict, affirmed the earlier ruling of Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik, holding that only elected state executive committees have the constitutional authority to conduct state congresses, not the party's caretaker national leadership. The appellate court also upheld the order restraining the Mark-led executives from interfering with the tenure and functions of the party's elected state executives. However, Justice Abba Mohammed dissented, arguing that the matter was an internal party affair beyond the court's jurisdiction. The judgment is expected to affect the validity of the National Congress organized by the Mark-led faction ahead of the 2027 general elections, including the emergence of presidential aspirants such as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The case arose from a suit filed by aggrieved ADC members who challenged the caretaker committee's decision to appoint committees to conduct state congresses, insisting that only duly elected party organs are empowered to do so under the party's constitution. Justice Abdul-Malik had ruled that neither the 1999 Constitution nor the ADC Constitution authorizes the caretaker committee to organize state congresses, adding that the tenure of the party's elected state executives remains valid until properly constituted congresses are held. Dismissing the ADC's appeal, the Court of Appeal held that the congresses and a national convention conducted by the MAC-led leadership were null and void for violating a subsistent court order. The court also awarded 10 million naira in costs against the party. Meanwhile, former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, has pleaded not guilty to a 6-count charge of alleged certificate forgery filed against him by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. Joseph Kadri reports that Justice Joyce Abdulmalik of the Federal High Court in Abuja admitted the former minister to bail in the sum of 20 million naira fixed September 21 for the commencement of the trial.
Before the arraignment of the former Minister of Information, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, the premises of the Federal High Court was besieged with many people demanding accountability and enforcement of the rule of law on the ex-minister. At the arraignment, Nnaji pleads not guilty to the 6-count charge, alleging he forged a degree certificate from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and presented a fake National Youth Service Corps discharge certificate during his ministerial screening. After taking his plea, the trial judge, Justice Joyce Abdulmalik, granted him bail in the sum of 20 million naira. She orders that the former minister must provide one surety, who is a grade level 15 civil servant, resident in Abuja, submit an affidavit of means, surrender his international passport, and obtain court's permission before traveling outside Nigeria. The court then adjourns the case until September 21 for the commencement of trial. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And now let's talk education. The federal government has suspended the proposed review of registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council, NECO, Senior School Certificate Examination, bowing to widespread public concerns and opting for extensive consultations with stakeholders. The Federal Ministry of Education announced on Monday that it had withdrawn its June 18, 2026 letter communicating the proposed fee adjustment pending a comprehensive review of the policy. The ministry, in a statement by its Director, Press and Public Relations, Boriowo Folashade, explained that the decision followed reactions from Nigerians over the planned increase, with the ministry saying it had taken note of the public's concern and constructive feedback on the matter. According to the ministry, the proposed fee review was initially driven by the country's economic realities and the escalating costs of organizing credible national examinations. However, the Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, directed that the proposal be suspended in line with the federal government's commitment to inclusive, transparent, and evidence-based policy making. The ministry said the decision reflected its determination to ensure that policies affecting millions of students and their families are subjected to broad consultation and carefully weighed before implementation. In other news, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says one of his administration's priorities is to integrate satellite communities in the Federal Capital Territory's development framework. FCT correspondent Joy Igoche Ehiakina reports that the president is flagging off the construction of the access road linking Tungam Madaki to the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway through Zuba as a demonstration of that commitment.
The President, represented by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, says the project is part of the Renewed Hope agenda aimed at ensuring that rural and suburban communities benefit from the same level of infrastructure development as residents of the city center. It says the road project is a critical component of a broader strategy to connect communities, stimulate economic activities, improve mobility, and unlock investment opportunities across the FCT.
What began as one road is now growing into a network And that is how real development takes roots. Tunga Madaki Zuba and the communities along this corridor are home to some of the hardest working Nigerians. They are farmers who feed our city, traders who move goods daily, students who commit for education, and families who deserve the same dignity of access as those in the city center.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says the project emerges after the chairman of the Gwagwalada Area Council draws the administration's attention to the need for a direct link between Tungan Madaki, Zuba, and the city center to reduce travel stress for residents.
These are the landlords of the airport, yet they have no access to the airport. So when we are trying to do the second roadway, they requested that they should link them up to the airport, not necessarily giving them money. Today, the community can go straight to the airport, and they appreciate government for that, and that's why we're happy that what we are doing today.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Herkina, ITV News.
Still onto the news on Independent Television. Our next point of call is our Benin studio. Over to you, Sunny.
Thank you once again, Joyce. From Benin Network Studio, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebolo has pledged 1 million to each Edo indigene evacuated from South Africa following xenophobic attacks, saying the money will help them secure accommodation and rebuild their lives. The governor made the announcement on Monday while receiving the returnees at the Festival Hall of the Government House in Benin City. Williams Yama has details.
Governor Modu Kwebolo said the state government would also provide soft loans to enable the returnees to start businesses and reintegrate into the society. He added that each returnee will receive 1 million naira within 24 hours to help with accommodation. The governor urged the returnees to focus on rebuilding their lives, saying the survivor was more important than the property they had lost. Governor Kwebolo reflected on the historical relationship between Nigeria and South Africa, pointing out that Nigerians had previously protected South Africans and their business and would not retaliate despite the attacks.
The most important thing that you are back home, they might loot your properties, they might take everything from you, but your life, they have not taken it from you. I want to encourage you, please, don't even think of going back. They don't like us. We live in their country like slaves. Even when we are doing well, doing better than them, but we still live there as slaves. Is it not so? We as government will continue to support our own children, wherever they are. If they are in distress, we will rescue them. We will make them comfortable, so that they won't pass through the same experience. If you identify what you want to do, come to us. We'll give you a soft loan to start up.
Responding on behalf of the returnees, Riches Unubu thanked Edo State and federal government for facilitating their evacuation from South Africa.
A heart full of gratitude on behalf of my colleagues, the diasporans, that we're finally welcoming His Excellency, one of the most intelligent and very active leaders that we have in Nigeria. We are proud, and we say God bless you for coming.
William Siama, ITV News.
Edo State Independent Electoral Commission on Monday issued certificates of return to elected chairmen and councillors in Saturday's local government election. Chairman of the Commission, Sir Jonathan Afowoka, during the presentation of the certificates of return, advised the recipients to see the documents as a solemn mandate entrusted by their constituents to speedily deliver dividends of democracy. The report by Ohide Emir David is presented by Joy Obaisagbo.
Chairman EDSEC, Sir Jonathan Afowoka, tasked the new elected chairmen and councillors to let their tenures be remembered for purposeful leadership, transparency, prudent management of public resources, and impactful development at the grassroots.
What is expected of you by the people is sense to be managed.
Chairman-elect Oedo, Honorable Iduse Gabriel, and the Chairman Association of Local Government of Nigeria, Agon, Honorable Sonny Ekbesi, popularly called Ekbetika Akiotu, commended the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission for a well-organized council polls and promised to fulfill all electionary campaign promises.
For the first time, the sensitization was elaborate. We hope that this will repeat even in the next election that will take place in Edo State.
We are to serve, and when you are serving, you must have with all mind of honesty, sincerity, focus, and determination.
The only female council boss in Edo State, Vera Sado of Esako Central Local Government Council, Chairman Igweben Local Government Council, Honorable Azza Megbe Endurance, his Ovia Northeast Council counterpart, Area Matoe Christopher Egosa. All commended the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, and leaders of APC for the mentorship, which they intend to explore.
I will inspire a lot of women for them to understand that leadership is all about vision.
Ensure that all the total development in our local government are put to place, such as social amenities, creating roads, water project, electricity, and agriculture.
I'm here to consolidate the shine agenda of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpewolo.
Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
In a related development, the member representing Ovia Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Barrister Omoside Gabriela Benitio, has extended her warm congratulations to the newly elected chairman of Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest local government councils, Comrade Orobosa Christopher Eriamatoy and Osaro Anthony, as well as all councillors who emerged victorious across the 23 wards of Ovia Federal Constituency in Saturday's local government elections. In a statement, Right Honorable Omoside Benitio described the resounding victory under the platform of the All Progressives Congress APC as a clear reflection of the confidence and the trust reposed in the party by the people of Ovia. She noted that the outcome of the election is a testament to the unity, political maturity, and unwavering commitment of the people to the renewed hope agenda and the progressive ideals championed by the APC. According to the federal lawmaker, the overwhelming mandate given to the party demonstrates that Ovia remains a stronghold of progressive politics, where the people have continued to choose purposeful leadership and development-driven governance. While congratulating the winners, Right Honorable Benitio urged the newly elected council chairman and councillors to see their victory as a call to selfless service. She charged them to embrace inclusive leadership, work in unity, and place the welfare of the people above personal interest. The lawmaker further called on the new leadership of both councils to align with and support the people-centered governance of the Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, in delivering meaningful dividends of democracy to every community across Ovia. Four suspected burglars and one heavy-duty battery thief have been arrested by officers of the Edo State Security Corps. Deputy Corps Commander of the Corps, Richard Balogun, said the 5 suspects have made useful confessions to the security agencies. Jonah Omoa has details.
According to the Deputy Corps Commander, Richard Balogun, the 4 suspected burglars, Mohammed Abubakar, Hamza Ibrahim, Mohammed Ibrahim, and Mustafa Mohammed, were arrested on the 11th of July 2026 following intelligence report by officers of the Corps on routine patrol in Aduawa Aziz for breaking into a fashion shop located at Giwa Munjiaro, Benin City, and gathered away 2 giant solar batteries belonging to one Mr. Samuel.
Solar battery?
Yes. I go break am. I go Tifa. Opposite store. For where? Giwamu. IT involved. You be the receiver.
They'll bring you come to my area.
They can't give you. Okay.
One Solomon Igbenogun, who allegedly stole 2 heavy-duty batteries from a truck at Ogweka community in Aho Uzala, was also arrested by officers of the Corps on the 12th of July.
Okay.
Spanner.
Yes.
And I'm my own.
Now your spanner.
Yes.
What do you take loose and how you take to take loose the spanner? Show us well.
Yeah.
Now you lose her.
Yes.
Okay.
Commenting on the fate of the suspects, the corps commander Richard Balogun said the suspects have been handed over to the police for interrogation and prosecution.
The thief confessed to the act, so they've all been handed over to police in our home. So our duty is we arrest, we profile, we hand over to the police to establish the case so that we have a successful prosecution.
Exhibits recovered from the suspects have also been documented and handed over to the police. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
We now take you to our Lagos Network studio for the continuation of the news. Over to you, Pat.
Thank you, Joyce. I'm here from our Lagos studio. Lagos State Environmental and Special Offences Unit Task Force has again lived up to its mandate of maintaining safer highways and more orderly environment across the state. The task force says the decision is in line with the directives of the Lagos State government on the enforcement of the ban on commercial motorcycles on highways and other restricted routes.
The task force said the agency apprehended 309 commercial motorcycles operating illegally along the ECOWAS road corridor and cleared the axis of traffic impediments, street trading, shanties, makeshift shops, kiosks, and other environmental nuisance commonplace along the route. The agency said the enforcement exercise strategically executed by the Lagos State Task Force and planned by the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources with the support of the Lagos State Police Command forms part of the ongoing efforts to strengthen the security architecture of Lagos State. It said the operation is aimed at denying criminal elements the opportunity to operate under the guise of illegal commercial activities while supporting the state government's Theme Plus agenda and the efforts of the Commissioner of Police, CP Fatai Tijani, to tackle security challenges including kidnapping, banditry, and other forms of criminality. From Lagos, Aibuji Horia, ITV News.
In another story, Lagos State Police Command's Violent Crime Response Unit says acting on credible intelligence, personnel attached to the unit arrested 5 suspected cultists said to be terrorizing Apapa, Ijora, and Badia areas. The command says the operation led to the arrest of a suspect, Abubakar Ayomide Gabazin, who led its personnel to the group's hideout where 4 other suspects were apprehended.
The suspects arrested alongside Abubakar Ayomide are Tanko Yusuf, Ahmed Abibu, Abubakar Sharif, and Fatai Muhammad. The police alleged that the principal suspect confessed to being a member of the Ayeko fraternity and has provided useful information to investigators. It says efforts are ongoing to apprehend other members of the criminal gang and conclude investigations for prosecution. It said a search conducted at the hideout resulted in the recovery of 1 battle axe, 1 UTC knife, and 2 other knives, 1 hammer, substance suspected to be India hemp, items suspected to be criminal charms, and other exhibits. The Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command, Tijani Fatai, issued a stern warning to all cultists and other criminal elements operating within Lagos State to immediately renounce their criminal activities or be prepared to face the full wrath of the law. He emphasized that there is no hiding place for cultists in Lagos State, as the command remains resolute in identifying, arresting, and prosecuting every individual involved in court-related and other criminal activities. From Lagos, Aibuji Horia, ITV News.
The All Progressives Congress, Edo South Central aspirant in the just concluded National Assembly primary, Pastor Sagi Zeyamu, says the party is greater than any individual ambition, and it is a platform built on service, sacrifice, discipline, and shared commitment to a better future for Nigerians. Pastor Sagi Zeyamu, in a statement, said political contest may test preferences, but must never diminish common purpose. He said the primary has come to a close. The party completed its democratic process and a candidate emerged, adding that he accepts the decision of the party in good faith and appealed to all members, followers and friends to do so. The APC chieftain appreciated supporters, coordinators, volunteers, grassroots mobilizers and everyone who stood with him throughout the journey, saying that their loyalty, sacrifices and encouragement and prayers have been a constant source of strength, for which he remains deeply grateful for their confidence and steadfast support. He also specifically thanked those in the diaspora across party lines for the overwhelming support they gave his senatorial bid and assured them of his continuous commitment to the development and progress of the district. Pastor Isaiah urged everyone to remain peaceful, reject division, and continue to uphold the values that have always defined the people. According to him, now is the time to reconcile, close ranks, and focus on the greater task ahead, stressing that their collective responsibility to serve the people of Edo South is far greater than any individual aspiration. He said he remains committed to working with leaders, stakeholders, and party faithful to strengthen the APC, secure victory in the general elections, and advance the development and well-being of Edo South Senatorial District. The people of Igbekwe community in Orion local government area, Edo State, have dismissed allegations by neighboring Idowina community that they are encroaching on a disputed land and selling it to members of the public. The elders and people of the community were reacting to a recent media report credited to the people of Idowina, described the claims and allegations as baseless and false. Donald Ehimia brings details.
Igbekwe community is a known peaceful agrarian community which is about 25 kilometers away from Benin City. The Odionwe of the community, Pa Matthew Omoyi, alongside elders, women and youths, while reacting to allegations levied against the community in the media by its neighboring Idowina community, clarified that it was Idowina community that breached an agreement of a peaceful meeting meant to resolve the boundary dispute on July 15, 2026 by allegedly creating an illegal boundary across the Benin Abraka Road. They maintained that the ancestral boundary between them is located by the ancient moat, which predates the construction of the Benin Abraka Road in the 70s, which the people of Idowina are claiming to be their boundary.
This is the boundary between Igbekwe and Idowina. Where we face from here to this side is for Idowina. Where we back is from here to Igbekwe. This is Igbekwe land. Here is called Iyanowo.
The community also denied encroaching on Idowina's land, insisting instead that it is their neighbor that has trespassed into Igbekwe territory.
We called the state government and the Omonoba Nedo AY2 to come and rescue us from the hands of Idowina. They wanted to sell all our land.
The Idowina now they disturb Igbekwe because of the land.
Mabi Idowina wa gba boundary amagwijo amagbinajo ni ario bohima. Oh sorry.
Before we knew, Okarele, who is a Kobe Sylvester woman, he entered the Igbekwe land and took most of our Igbekwe land.
They appealed to the Obaewaye II and the Edo State government to intervene, describing themselves as a peaceful and law-abiding community. From Igbekwe community in Orion local government area of Edo State, Donald Ehiminyeng, ITV News.
The candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress for Orion Federal Constituency, Honorable Michael Ogbomo Ernest, has visited the people of Oza community in Orion local government area, Edo State. The visit was aimed at appreciating them for their support during the party's primary election, which led to his emergence as the party's candidate. Jonah Omowa has details.
Honorable Michael Ogbomo Ernest, alongside other NDC leaders and supporters from Orion and Ohonde local government areas, were warmly received by the people of Oza community. Expressing gratitude to the people of Oza community, Honorable Ernest assured them of quality representation if elected.
A primary cinema
Other party leaders who spoke during the familiarization visit expressed confidence in the ability of Honorable Michael to deliver dividend of democracy to his constituents.
For the support. We came with our candidates. We appreciate the people of also. We came to thank the community. So much appreciated. So we have no choice than to say thank you.
From Moriamo local government area in Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Ms. Ewusogie Amadasun has been eulogized as a successful legal practitioner and an exemplary leader as she bowed out of service as Secretary and Legal Advisor of NNPC Exploration and Production Limited. Joy Obaisagmo reports that the encomiums were showered on her by friends, colleagues and family members at a retirement dinner held in her honor on Sunday at Aji Royalty Hotel and Suite, Boundary Road, Benin City.
It was an evening of goodwill messages and prayers for the retiree, Ms. Ewusogie Amadasun, as she begins a new chapter after decades of service to Edo State and Nigeria. Prior to her retirement, Ms. Amadasun served as Secretary and Legal Advisor to Nigerian National Petroleum Company Exploration and Production Limited from 2013 to 2015 and 2022 to 2026. Amongst notable dignitaries at the retirement dinner were the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, Chairman Edo State Sports Commission, Amadin Desmond Abulele, and the retired public servant, Sir Dr. Edwards Deji Ojomo.
We've gone through our service, not just to our state, but the entire country. She has served meritoriously and without blemish.
Chairman on the occasion and the former Group Managing Director, NNPC, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki, congratulated and commended Ms. Amadasun for years of meritorious service to the nation's oil and gas sector.
Congratulate the celebrant, the lady who is the reason why we're here.
Other guests described the honoree as a legal luminary who served with dignity, character, love, and fairness.
We need to celebrate people who understand the meaning of adding value to an institution. If we start celebrating things like this and celebrating these values, we might turn the country around. So, thank you so much. I'm happy to have met you. I'm happy that you work in NNPC and you did very well. Congratulations on ending on a high note. We're extremely proud of you.
As I stand before you today, I do so with a heart filled with gratitude.
Guests were treated to intercontinental and traditional dishes. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
A renowned Benin-based legal practitioner and Mogaji of Benin Muslim community, Chief Abayomi Thomas, popularly called A.B. Thomas, has marked his 70th birthday in grand style. Pius Osoro reports that it was a moment of celebration as family members, friends, neighbors, and associates rolled out the drums in honor of the respected legal icon.
The event kicked off on a solemn note with special Muslim prayers offered for the celebrants' continued good health, wisdom, and long life. The chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Sheikh Abdul Fattah Nabulele, who led the Muslim community in the prayers, said A.B. Thomas is a blessing to humanity.
It's a great favor for somebody to witness 70 years of the songs that they had.
The celebration was colorful. Issa Street, where the celebrant resides, was closed to traffic.
70!
A popular musician, Bayo Ade, thrilled guests with captivating indigenous music. His energetic performance moved guests to dance with the celebrants. The Dignitaries and guests who include lawyers, the judiciary, neighbors, and the Oloke family filled all the available canopies, which gave credence to the fact of his friendliness to all. Some guests praised his exemplary leadership as the Mogaji of the Benin Muslims.
I wish him long life and prosperity, free of sickness.
I pray God to give me a long life and prosperity in Jesus' name.
In Nigeria, to be 70, you should thank God.
Chief A.B. Thomas is a personable person, within the community.
Chief Abayomi Thomas expressed gratitude to Almighty Allah for the gift of life and thanked everyone who came to celebrate with him.
I have lived by the grace of Almighty Allah through all. It has not been too easy, but God Almighty has been my savior.
The celebrant's 70 years have been marked by dedicated service to his faith and community, as well as 40 years of distinguished service in the legal profession. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Issues bordering on creating awareness between couples and promoting family values was the focus of the third edition of the Family Series lecture organized by Vicegerent Care Initiative. The event held at Ehizwa Event Center, Airport Road, Benin City, had in attendance couples and other stakeholders. The report by Ivie Obe is presented by Osamudiame Osage.
The Executive Director, Vicegerent Care Initiative, Mr. Shoaib Abdul Quadri, described the lecture as an initiative to educate and strengthen couples.
This is an annual program that talks about family, how to build a family, a healthy family, and which will in turn impact society. The theme of this year's program is Roses in the Dark, which has to do with marriage being a beautiful thing, but in the dark, based on the crises that happen in marriages.
Guest lecturer Mrs. Salatu Sule, who spoke on conflict resolution in marriage, encouraged couples to communicate openly and resolve differences amicably.
Once you are ready to stay married, then be ready to engage in conflict. But to engage in conflict with good manners, with fear of God, and without that intention to destroy or hurt the other person, but with the intention to understand one another better.
Another guest lecturer, Dr. Zafaran Adeni, in his lecture titled The Potter and the Clay, described marriage as a union built on patience, understanding, and mutual growth.
I focus on the parenting, that our children these days need attention. Attention should not just be focused on making money, traveling, but equally focus on the children who are to make up society tomorrow.
Some participants described the lecture as enlightening, stressing that patience and understanding are essential for a successful marriage.
They are teaching us how to bring up our children in God's way, which is Islamic way, and how to be patient in dealing with our children and our spouse.
Knowledge is shared about how to ensure that the family unit is well organized, especially in line with Islamic principles.
The event featured question and answer session and interactive games for couples. The lecture had as its theme Roses in the Dark. Osamudiame Osage, ITV News.
The General Chaplain of Action from Above Ministries, Reverend Chaplain Harrison Okoti, has joined the College of Bishops following his episcopal consecration with the charge to lead God's people with humility, integrity, and selfless service. Oforia Neto has details.
The service commenced with a colorful procession of bishops into the church, followed by a sermon delivered by Archbishop Solomon Ahigbe, who advised the bishop-elect to remain humble, describing true greatness as service to God and humanity rather than title or material wealth.
A bishop is a servant. If you use the visit of the before, increase your visitation. Don't say because of the bishop, no, I can't go and visit my member. Then you are not a servant.
The service featured Bible readings and song ministrations before the high point of the ceremony, which was the consecration of Reverend Chaplain Harrison Okoti as bishop. He took the consecration vows before God and the church and was thereafter consecrated by Archbishop Solomon Ahigbe alongside other bishops and formally admitted into the College of Bishops.
I went today as a crown in the name of God the Father, in the name of God the Son, in the name of God the Holy Ghost.
Expressing gratitude, Bishop Harrison Okotie pledged to remain faithful to God's calling and committed himself to serving the church with humility and dedication.
You know, when the hand of God is upon your life, it takes you to where you never expected. People are there to distract you, but don't be distracted. Know your God, be strong, living a faithful life and living a fasting and prayer life. Then the God who answers prayer, when one prays, will take you high.
Any new office is a new responsibility. The sweet memory will linger on for a very long time.
Consecrated me to do more in the work of God and not to diminish what God has given to him.
I believe that God is going to do great work through him, having waited patiently for this time.
From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
The federal government has suspended the proposed increase in registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination conducted by WAEC and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, pending wider consultations with stakeholders. In a statement issued on Monday, the Federal Ministry of Education announced that the letter conveying the proposed fee adjustment dated June 18, 2026 had been withdrawn to allow for a comprehensive review before any final decision is taken. The statement, signed by the Ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Folashade Boriowo, said the suspension followed concerns and feedback from members of the public. According to the Ministry, the proposed fee review was necessitated by rising costs associated with conducting national examinations, noting that registration fees have remained largely unchanged for several years, despite increasing cost of operations. The Minister of Education, Maruf Tunji Alausa, directed that the proposal be placed on hold in line with the federal government's commitment to Now, talking business, deposit many banks reduce lending to key sectors of the Nigerian economy by 5.45 trillion or 14.8% in 2025, following the Central Bank of Nigeria's withdrawal of regulatory forbearance and a cleanup of bank loans portfolios. According to the latest CBN data, the affected sectors include oil and gas, manufacturing, information and communication technology, construction, education, real estate, and general services. And now to entertainment. Veteran New Zealand actor and Jurassic Park star Sam Neill has died in Sydney, Australia at the age of 78. His family announced that the award-winning actor died suddenly on Monday, describing his passing as unexpected. And now to the foreign scene. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has targeted U.S. military facilities in Bahrain, destroyed radar systems in Oman, and struck military targets in Jordan and Kuwait in its latest overnight retaliatory attacks against the United States. Patience Salgua put that story together.
Iran launched the attacks on Monday in response to what it describes as escalating U.S. military strikes as hopes for peace between the two countries continue to fade. The IRGC said it targeted the FPS long-range air surveillance radar and a vessel detection radar in Oman, claiming both systems were destroyed. It also said missiles and drones attacks hit U.S. military installations in Jaffa, Bahrain. Bahrain's Interior Ministry claimed that warning sirens were activated and urged residents to remain calm and seek shelter. Jordan's military said it intercepted and destroyed 4 missiles that entered its airspace from Iran after the IRGC claimed it had struck Prince Hassan Air Base. The IRGC also said it attacked a U.S. missile base in Kuwait, claiming to have destroyed 2 HIMARS rocket launchers and missile storage facilities. Kuwait's military said its air defense systems planes intercepted hostile area targets and assured residents that explosions heard were from defensive operations. Meanwhile, the U.S. Central Command said it struck dozens of Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal radar installations, missile and drone facilities, and naval assets aimed at protecting international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian officials said U.S. strikes hit at least 8 locations in Khuzestan provinces, killing 1 person and injuring 4 others. Iran also claimed it shot down a U.S.-based Lucas combat drone over Bandar Abbas. The Iranian Foreign Ministry condemned the U.S. attacks, while President Donald Trump insisted that the Strait of Hormuz remains open to international shipping. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Tolulokbe Ogutime is our guide for our sports test on the latest in the world of sports.
With President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's commitment to transforming the sports sector reflected in increased budgetary allocation to the National Sports Commission, the Commission has reaffirmed its resolve to reform Nigerian football, starting with the domestic league. Speaking at an event in Abuja, National Sports Commission Director General Bukola Olapade said clubs licensing remains a key part of the reform process, stressing that only clubs that meet the required standard will be allowed to participate in the 2026-2027 Nigeria Premier Football League season.
We have to reform our football. Whether you like it or not, if you are not able to meet up to the guidelines, even if it's only 5 clubs, we play a league of 5 clubs. Enough of paying our players peanuts. If you cannot pay our players 2 million naira, quit this thing. We cannot enslave our players for that long. Our children are going to Benin Republic, to Vietnam, to play for $800. FIFA, after we made our statement, came out with a statement, and we did not know FIFA was strategizing when we spoke. So we need the media to support us on this and ensure that the league is run properly.
And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulokbe Ogutime.
Thank you, Tolu. And that's a wrap on the ITV News tonight. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wansawagie. Today on Healthy Living, we shall be looking at malaria. They say malaria.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wansawagie. Today we're going to look at malaria, prevention and of course treatment. Most of us already know what causes malaria, but for the purpose of education, we're going to go all over that again. And I have with me in the studios Dr. Jolly Nosa Iguma, the CMD Jonas Medical Center here in Benin City. A pleasure to have you join us today again, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, so how is everything?
Everything is fine.
All right, we are in the rainy season and malaria is everywhere. Talk to us. Walk us through that line. Malaria, what malaria is, what fever is, how do we get malaria, what not should be done and be done in this regard.
Yes, malaria as common as it is the commonest cause of death in Nigeria. The commonest cause of death in Nigeria is not killer asthma and is not bandit.
But you know that's very hard to believe because people will say ordinary malaria. At what point does it kill?
Yes.
You know that kind of a question because you just said is the #1 killer disease in the world. But For me and some other persons, we are finding it so difficult to understand that.
Yes, malaria is an endemic disease that is restricted to some particular part of the world. It is not a pandemic as we have in the COVID-19 that affects or ravage the entire part of the world. And by definition, we say that malaria is a parasitic infection that is carried by vector from one person to another. And this malaria carrying vector, or the mosquito that carries this parasitic infection, must be available for malaria to be able to be transmitted from one person to another. And this parasitic infection is called the Plasmodium parasite. And this Plasmodium parasite is of different types. We have the Plasmodium vivax, which is the commonest. We have the Plasmodium falciparum, which is the deadliest or the most fatal of this parasitic infection.
So where do we find all of this in this Nigeria?
Yes, they are actually found in the gut of the mosquito.
Of the mosquito.
Because the mosquito feeding habit is sucking of blood. There are different types of the mosquito. We have the Anopheles mosquito, we have the Culex, we have the Aedes. Those one might be feeding on mosquito on the flower nectars, that sweet, that color part of the flower, But however, this Anopheles stephensi
feeds on blood.
Yes, feeds strictly on blood. And through the process of feeding blood, they will have been infected through the process of sucking an infected person that has malaria, thereby carrying it to another person that is non-infected. So that is to say that for the malaria to be very common, for malaria to be prevalent, it therefore means that there must be mosquito that is the vector carrying the organism. According to World Health Organization, more than 300 million cases are reported worldwide. More than 200 million cases of malaria are reported worldwide. Out of this figure, about 400 to 600,000 deaths are recorded yearly, of which Nigeria in particular contribute to 25%, while in Africa we have about 95%. That is to say that
that's huge.
Malaria is a scourge. It's actually a disease that we have to eliminate in Africa. And this disease actually is a killer to under age group, usually under 5 age group, and usually pregnant women. That is to say that pregnant women as well as children that is under 5 years of age are those that are usually having the complication that might result to mortality or death.
Okay, so why does Nigeria carry the highest malaria burden in the world?
Yes.
Because you just said about 27%.
Yes, because of the geographical location of, of the climate, not only that, I will not say that the Nigeria government, because of the political setting, they are not doing enough in the elimination of malaria. But we will say that climate or the weather is a contributing factor.
Okay.
Just for the very just now, Nigeria is a very hot climatic environment, and not only that, we have a very long rainy season period. Like we're in July, rainy season will start from June down to September, October, or November. So this long period of rainy season, is actually a factor that will contribute to abundance of mosquito in the environment.
Okay.
Because the water is needed for mosquito to multiply. Water is needed for mosquito to lay their eggs.
And we have stagnant water
everywhere. And not only that, we have bushes which also serve as eating places for those adult mosquito.
All right, for viewers and my humble self who usually think that malaria is just ordinary fever or just fever like that, tell us what exactly happens to the body when someone gets infected, and when does it become severe? That point where we say, oh, there's nothing we can do anymore.
Yes. Once you are bitten by an infected mosquito, the Anopheles Stephenson mosquito, that's the female mosquito. It takes 10 to 15 days for the symptom to be manifested. And the commonest symptom of this malaria is fever. The reason why some people will say malaria fever. And once you say fever, some people will even think it's the malaria.
It's malaria.
But the malaria is a disease. The fever is the symptom.
Okay.
The commonest symptom of malaria is fever. And the commonest cause of fever in Nigeria is malaria.
It's malaria.
The commonest cause of fever. My body is hot. I'm feeling feverish. What comes to mind is malaria that is responsible for it. But that is not to say that other disease condition cannot also cause fever. Other than the fever, another symptom that the malaria can cause is cheese. You know, that's shakiness. You know. Not only that, headache is also a symptom. Joint pains or joint weakness is also a symptom.
Okay.
Then you can have abdominal pain. Usually in children, abdominal pain can also be as a result of malaria in children.
Okay.
Not only that, nausea and vomiting. Not only that, somebody can also have diarrhea as a symptom of malaria.
Malaria.
Even cough too. Yes, even cough. Somebody can also cough. And if you look at the pathophysiology, just like the way I said it, once you are bitten by a mosquito, the parasite in the gut enters the blood, and from the blood it finds its way, the sporozoid of that parasite now, whether Plasmodium vivax, whether Ove, whether Neomycin, whether Falciparum, whether Malariae, any of those Plasmodium parasites, that it depends on the mosquito, that is, depends on what the mosquito is carrying. But the commonest one, as I said now, is the vivax, which is very common, and the deadliest of all is the Falciparum. So once it enters the blood, it goes into the liver. It's the liver that is an organ that enables those parasites to mature and multiply. Thereby, it empties into the blood. By the time it leaves the liver and enters the blood, that is when somebody starts manifesting those symptoms.
All right, we're going to take a short break now. When we come back, Doctor, we'll be talking about prevention and, of course, protection, because that is the point we're getting to now. Malaria is started hitting people now again, and in a very, very, very serious way. All right, we're still here, and we're talking about malaria with Dr. Jolly Nusa Igoma. So at this point, Doctor, let me ask you this question. You know that once somebody is feverish, we look for PCM, we look for something, or somebody can even go all out to say, let me go get malaria drugs, we do self-medication, we rest. Maybe after some weeks, the symptoms comes back again. So what are the danger signs that means that someone with malaria needs to go to the hospital immediately and not stay at home and be doing self-nurse and self-doctor?
Yes, malaria symptom can be acute. It could also be a severe form. The acute symptoms that include fever, the chills, the headache, the cough, the diarrhea, the joint pains or the joint weakness, abdominal pain, usually in children. Those one might just be an acute manifestation of the disease condition. But in chronic, somebody might begin to have convulsion or seizure, as the case may be. They might even go into coma.
As a result of malaria.
As a result of malaria, what we call cerebral malaria. It therefore means, you see, when people will say that after the feverish condition, they now start talking, having what you call, hallucination. They start saying things, visual hallucination.
Yes.
So malaria does that to somebody. When it enters the brain, the parasite can cause the, blood-brain barrier. That will cause the person to have that kind of a symptom. It becomes a severe form. Of course, you don't have to wait till it gets to that before it gets to that stage. Not only that, some person that begin to even have what we call malaria nephropathy as a complication, where the malaria will now even affect the kidney as an organ. Usually the Plasmodium falciparum. Some people can come down with kidney failure because of malaria. So person might even come down with a pulmonary congestion. They will be having difficulty breathing because of malaria, as the case may be. Not only that, some person might even begin to pass dark color urine, because once the liver starts releasing those
toxins system,
which the malaria parasite now into the blood, because the liver is actually the organ where the parasite will have to be matured before it's now releasing to the blood. Therefore, it attacks the red blood cell. So when you start destroying the red blood cell, somebody might become anemic, which may even require blood transfusion for this particular individual. Not only that, somebody might even begin to have passage of a blood urine.
As a result of malaria.
Yes, exactly. What the red water fever, as the case may be. So you see that malaria can cause death. Malaria is curable and is preventable, and it's also a killer disease.
Okay, let's look at the R21 vaccine that was somewhat talked about in 2024, I think middle 2024, and we had states like Bayelsa and one other northern state as pilot state to try the vaccines. How far with the vaccine, doctor?
Yes, the vaccine is still on trial.
Okay.
It is not a vaccine for the very just now. You can just go to any clinic or hospital and you access. It's still on, because the target is for children and young adults.
Well, what about pregnant women? Because they also it's very dangerous for them to have malaria.
For pregnant women, we already have a target for them. There's what we call intermittent prevention treatment. For the reason that, for the fact that we are aware that if a woman is pregnant and this woman develops malaria, this woman is at risk of having preterm labor or preterm contraction that will result to a preterm death. Not only that, it's still possible for a woman that is pregnant that develops malaria in pregnancy to have what we call intrauterine growth retardation. The baby will be having a stunted growth that might even be comfortable to life. They might not even be able to survive in that early stage of life. So as a result of that, every woman that comes for antenatal will give them 3 doses of IPT at different time. Whether they come down with malaria symptom or not. But that is different from malaria in pregnancy. Somebody that is pregnant can come down, somebody that is pregnant can come down with malaria symptoms, and we must be very sure that it is malaria. That is why the investigation, the laboratory investigation is very important. Either the use of microscopy or the use of rapid diagnostic tests, which will actually reveal that this patient has malaria. We can treat this patient like a normal patient, considering the risk against pregnancy. So for pregnant women, we already have a target for it. So the vaccine is to target young children. Is to target under 5 age group and young, adult, as the case may be. Because the major deaths that we say that 300,000 to 400,000 deaths are recorded yearly. I will tell you that pregnant women as well as underage children, usually less than 5 age, are usually the highest number that is recorded in terms of deaths. So those persons need the vaccine. However, we are still expecting that very soon the vaccine will be very common.
It was a great relief, and it was well accepted when federal government came out with the announcement that there's going to be malaria vaccine and all of that since 2024. Abi?
Yes.
Maybe so, doctors.
Yes, actually, the came up with it in 2021. Okay. So it was in 2024, it got to Nigeria, but not too very accessible. It's still not very accessible.
Because one may be tempted to ask, COVID-19, within 6 months, the vaccine was everywhere.
Because it was a pandemic.
So because this one is not a pandemic.
Yes, it's an endemic disease. It's restricted to,
to Africa.
To Africa and some, few European and Asia countries, as the case may be. Don't forget that even during that COVID-19 pandemic era, when those vaccines came out, how many of them were produced in Nigeria? It was international donor. We got them through donor.
We get some vaccines from the international community.
Yes,
malaria is not one of them till now. At least the whole place should be like flooded with malaria vaccine since it's endemic.
That is supposed to be the goal. That is supposed to be the goal. That is where the international body. That is why we still believe that.
Is it that some persons are not pushing the right buttons at the right corner?
And you know, in pharmaceutical, this is not something I'm supposed to say on air.
Doctor,
the drugs available.
Malaria drugs. Everybody.
So once you have the vaccine and maybe
they say malaria drugs.
Nigeria is now certified free for malaria. Even when you go to hospital, I will tell you that they will say 1 out of every 5 is malaria.
You know, I was somewhere trying to pump my tire, and then this Alagbo, this help, these people that sell herb, what do I call them, as street hawkers of herb, was administering Agbo to somebody. Yes. And he said, after you take him, 2 hours, go take fancy that. You know that fancy. And then I say, hey, okay, make a right time. And then he wrote it. He said, now that one, after you take this, I go. So I'm beginning to wonder what is really happening to us when it comes to taking care of our health. From what you have said, now that malaria is dangerous. It is not just, it is not ordinary. It is a killer thing that we should be mindful of.
Yes. Once you are infected with malaria and you play with it, like the Plasmodium falciparum, the Plasmodium parasite, which I said is the deadliest, sometimes the manifestation of the symptom might just last for like 24 hours before the person will just be reported dead. Okay. To tell you how deadly it is. So taking the right drugs is a step in preventing malaria from causing death. So World Health Organization they came up with combination therapy. You see, most of the drugs that we used to know, they are not resistant. Chloroquine was a very common drug for treating malaria, but chloroquine is no longer in use for the treatment of malaria because even the Plasmodium parasite now is resistant to chloroquine. So the accepted World Health Organization regimen, in fact, most of the drugs, very common drugs that you know, they are either a combination of artemether plus artesunate.
All right, what's the way forward now? We have just a minute to do that. What's the way forward now?
Yes, the way forward is to ensure that your environment is free from mosquito.
Okay. Because
the mosquito is the vector carrying microorganism, the parasitic organism that causes the malaria. Therefore, you ensure that there is no stagnant water in your environment. The government have a role to play. Individual too have a role to play. So ensure that those gutters, those stagnant water around, they are well drained. In the house, ensure that the open water, you know, some persons, they will face their house, they use this water, use this bottle, as a defense, you know, against, invaders for coming to their compound. But those broken bottles can begin to retain water. And by the time those broken bottles retains water, mosquito goes in there and start breeding. So any water that you are not making use of, maybe like an open jar in your house, ensure that you close them, because water is required for mosquito to multiply. Like this very rainy season now, you will not see that mosquito is everywhere, because they will breed. They need water to breed. And not only that, if you live in a mosquito endemic area or malaria endemic area, ensure that you sleep under a insecticide treated net. Usually your children that is under 5 age group, pregnant women and children are usually those two groups that are at risk of developing complication of malaria that can cause death.
All right, doctor. We've said all that we can say this afternoon on the program. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. We'll do this again next week. We will definitely do something on your health again next week. So until then, please take advice we concern you. Until we meet again, bye-bye.
I
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience. after winning and contesting on the platform in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my hat for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dickson, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you, that you are going to raise the profile of their party and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party? Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped America to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dickson stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego, or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. If Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within a period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement would not be itinerant politicians today, which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriake is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriake is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also, have that in their law, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a really sustainable institution. And in any case, we started that, those strategically, by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or fulfill that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound that a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge our political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party oppositions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No, there's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret cult? It's not a secret cult. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons, the presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC, they are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that, okay, if I get into this party, it is for life, the constitution has held me there for life, it will be fine, it will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies, there will be discipline, there won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say, over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you'll not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of the Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relinquish your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws, because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work, because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that is being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Ejong expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance.
Yeah.
visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued. The initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Ebuna zima Dion Obana zima Dion Manawe Mari Esama Dionena Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Beken Sama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Aropa Ewudori Ima Adia Wogene all the Tiagboyano Emi Magame we need just question on me afan
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari,
Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to another exciting edition of Youth Perspective, the program where we amplify the voices of young people, challenge popular opinions, and inspire meaningful conversations that shape our society. I am your host, Lydia Azuka, and it's always a pleasure having you with us. Today, we're talking about a subject that has dominated conversations across Nigeria for the past few years, Japa syndrome. Is leaving Nigeria the only path to success? The word Japa, a Yoruba expression meaning to run away or to escape, has evolved into a popular term for Nigerians relocating abroad in search for greener pastures. For students pursuing higher education, to healthcare workers, tech professionals, entrepreneurs, and families seeking a better quality of life, thousands of Nigerians continue to leave the country every year. For many, it's about finding better paying jobs, quality education, security, stable electricity, healthcare, and a system that rewards hard work. For others, it's about giving their children a brighter future. But while many celebrate those who have relocated, another important question remains: is leaving Nigeria really the only route to success? Can young Nigerians still build meaningful careers, successful businesses, and fulfilling lives right here at home? Or has Japa become more than a dream? It has become a necessity. These are the questions we'll be asking today. Well, joining me today are two distinguished guests who will help us examine both sides of these important conversations. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Lydia.
Please introduce yourself to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felo Amibel. I'm an entrepreneur.
Amazing.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Udoka Onachegi, bro. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. Now, the first question I have to ask you guys, when you hear the word Japa, what comes to your mind, Mabel?
The word Japa, it has become a common expression
I'm telling you.
among so many Nigerians.
Yeah.
The fact that word Japa does not mean you've arrived, because that's the mentality most Nigerians do have. You get? For me, Japa, it's something that it comes with pressure. Let me use that word. It comes with a lot of pressure. They have this mentality that when they just get there, everything is going to work out smoothly, and it doesn't work that way.
Wow.
It doesn't work that way. You're still going to hustle. You're still going to work so hard because you have a lot of bills to pay.
That's right.
A lot of taxes to come.
You get
okay.
A lot of everything about Japa is bills. I'm telling you the truth. So Japa, majority of Nigerians, they are like, it's like a god to them. Let me just use that word. It's like a god to them. So I don't see anything. Some persons see it like, oh, it's a choice or an option. It's either a choice or an option. That is Japa.
Wow.
You might have the option to travel. I might have the choice. You get. So I know there's no doubt that so many of these countries, they offer good infrastructure.
That's right.
They have good stable electricity, quality health care, jobs opportunity.
Yeah.
You get. But that shouldn't be a yardstick for Nigerians. Most Nigerians, let me use the word most Nigerians. That shouldn't be a yardstick for most Nigerians to feel they have arrived when they Japa. You get, because they are still going to work. If you are a lazy person in Nigeria and you think Japa will make you become so rich, so wealthy in a twinkle of an eye, it's a lie. Because if you don't go there and hustle and work, you're still going to remain a lazy person there.
Wow.
And you know the word hunger will finish person. So that is it.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
So Gabriel, to you, when you hear the word Japa, what comes to your mind?
Well, as she has said,
but
my own is a little bit different because when we talk about the word Japa, it's very common amongst Nigerians. Like when they say Lydia don't Japa now, from my understanding, it's more or less like Lydia has gone to find a greener pasture. Lydia has gone to a place where she has better opportunities. I understand that, yes, the place that you're going to, the country where you're going to, you would have to work. But you're not for wanting to, go to that country. Maybe there are countries whereby they pay people that don't work.
Wow.
There are actually countries whereby they give them little token to survive.
To survive.
So Yes, Japa syndrome is, I mean, the thing, Japa, when it comes to mind, is a matter of people going to other places to find greener pasture. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to be abroad. Going to, which country should I use? Going to Ghana. Surprisingly.
Okay. So if I go to Ghana,
I was thinking of, okay, going to Morocco. Let's use Morocco.
Okay.
Morocco is an outstanding African country.
Can we use Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, like
Morocco
Tanzania.
is the best example for that.
Okay.
Because if you're in Morocco, it almost feels as if like you're in Europe.
Wow.
Morocco is very, very, very sophisticated.
How about South Africa? You know, with the whole xenophobic
attack. Let's not go there.
So if I go to South Africa, does that mean I'm jackpot also?
I wouldn't answer that.
Okay. We've heard of the word jackpada.
Jackpada.
Do you want to talk about that? What does that word mean?
Jackpada is a Yoruba term. Because I think the word Jakpa
is a Yoruba word, like run away.
Like, Jakpada is like the person who has gone has come back.
No, is that what it means?
Yes.
Amazing.
So like look at all of these South African Nigerians that went to South Africa.
Yeah.
You see them at the first instance they Jakpa,
okay.
But now they are back.
Jakpada.
Nah, exactly.
Oh my God.
I think I'm just hearing this for the first time.
Yeah, it's a Yoruba term. The word Jakpa in general is a Yoruba word.
Wow, that's amazing. So for those of you in South Africa right now that wants to jackpada, we're expecting you guys home, okay? Okay, moving on. Why do you think relocation has become a major goal for young Nigerians today? Mabel?
Yeah,
why do you think that has been a goal?
Like I said earlier, there is no doubt that most of these countries offer good quality education. I think I mentioned 5 of it.
Yeah.
You know, when you are in a system that is working, there is growth. You find growth in every working system. And anywhere that there is growth, people tends to live. You can't see, you don't expect somebody to put honey in your mouth and you say you want to put a leaf. No. So I feel because they have a working system. Nigeria don't have a working system.
Wow.
Don't get me wrong. Okay. I'm not saying these governments, they are not doing anything.
Of course.
But they should put more effort in making Nigeria a better place for every one of us. If we have, let's just say, okay, out of the 5 qualities I just mentioned, if the government of Nigeria can just pick just 3, just start with 3. I don't think 70% of Nigerians won't want to leave this country.
That's right.
Because they are okay. Why are we living here? We are living here because we want to go and look for greener pasture. Their system is working. You are entitled to a lot of goodies over there.
Wow.
But we don't have those things here.
Like Gabriel said, they even pay some people
for
just existing.
Yes. I have a friend, they pay there.
Wow.
If you are not working, they pay you for the meantime. But when you start working, they stop paying you.
Wow.
You don't have those things here in Nigeria.
Aww.
So if you see the opportunity to japa, bury your leg and go.
Okay, so Gabriel, this Japa syndrome, do you think is an economic issue or a government issue? What do you think is going on with that?
I think it's both.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't want to outrightly come out and say like we have a failing government.
Yeah, of course.
Right? But people who tend to, want to go to another country that has greener pasture have a working system, just like she mentioned. Because you sitting here now, you would love to be under a working system, a working government that knows that, okay, they have my best interest at heart. Look at countries like Canada now. You don't have to worry too much about health insurance. They take care of their citizens' health. They have that covered, especially from the moment that you even give birth. Right from that moment, you become the country's property. So it's more of, our country, Nigeria, now trying to make sure that we take good care of the citizens. We take good care of our workers. Because majority of the people that travel out are our doctors, teachers.
You
see,
professionals.
Doctors are going on strike because they are not being paid. They're not being paid on time. So all of these things, it adds up. Even that still falls down into the economic bracket. Because I'm here, I'm working so hard to save people's lives, and then at the end of the month, I don't get paid. You delay me without any tangible reason being put out. So it's difficult to just point out whether it is an economic reason or a governmental reason.
Yeah.
I think both factor actually stands out. It actually adds up to the Japa syndrome.
Amazing. So now we'll be talking about greener pasture. Is success location based? Can we not still have greener pasture in Nigeria? Mabel?
That, like I always say, 70% of Nigerians, they have this low mentality. They think leaving Nigeria to other country determines your success. But the fact still remains, if you want to, I'm not saying they shouldn't leave, but before you leave to somewhere else, you have to study that environment. No, like this place, this environment, is it going to favor me? You don't say because this person is there, you want to go to that same place and feel you're going to make it there. We have so many wealthy Nigerians who are into business, legit businesses in this country. They are making it. They are striving in businesses. So Japa does not really mean you are going to make it there. You can see, I have somebody that went there, the person spent like 2 years and he went back to Nigeria.
Wow, Jakpada. He said he's tired. That's Jakpada. Then he came back.
He said he's tired. It's not like I thought it is.
You see?
Everybody, I've been opportunity to travel. I've seen how their system work.
Wow.
I, for one, I cannot relocate. Nigeria is sweet.
No, I
don't want your money. No. You get because of, if not that, a lot of insecurity and whatever that is making us scared. Nigeria is sweet to live.
That's right.
That's correct. You go to all those places, you watch your moves, you're not free to do a lot of things because their system is working. You get so, but if
so hold on, are you saying Nigeria is sweet because our system is not working?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the benefits. Let's not talk about the government now. The benefits, the freedom of expression, the freedom of movement. Like I said, if not for the insecurity issue right now, you can go out and come back anytime you want in Nigeria.
That's right.
You get so. What I will say on this issue is Japa, it's a pressure thing. Nigerians have taken it to something like that. Most families feel, if one person should travel out of the family, 80% of the problems are solved. That is their mentality. And most Nigerians too think the only way you can succeed in life, in this Nigeria, or in life, is when you travel out. You get is either you Japa, or you are a politician, you are a fraudster, you are into one or two dirty things. That is 70% of Nigerians' mindset.
Wow.
Without even thinking of the consequences. So they just want free to air. At a platter of good, you work for it. That is why one politician said Nigerians youth are lazy. It is true.
Are you for real?
So I don't think I would have.
Are you lazy? You're youth now. Are you lazy?
Nigerians.
Okay, are you a Nigerian youth?
Are you
okay, the person generalized it. Maybe that was a mistake the person made. You get. So, but 70% of Nigerian youth, they are lazy.
But you know, even when they travel out of the country, they work so hard. Nigerians work so hard. Even when they go for academics, when they go for their masters, their PhD, they come out first class. So we are not lazy. I don't think Nigerian youths are lazy.
Because they know they have. If you go there, you don't expect me to send you money from Nigeria to pay your bills.
Oh, wow.
You pay for your water, you pay for electricity, you pay for everything. But once you can have a borehole, you can use water the way you like. So when you have that mindset, I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to pay for this. It's not like when you are hungry. My neighbor, did you cook? Yes, to come and eat. There,
you can't do
you
that.
can't do that.
Yes,
so when you have that mentality, you're going to pay for eventually everything.
You work hard.
You work hard for it.
Amazing.
But when they are here, they are lazy. Oh, my mom is here. My mom, if I'm hungry, I'll go to mom's house and eat.
That's true.
You know that mentality.
That's true. So Gabriel, do you agree with this mindset? Is success location based?
No, I do not think success is actually location based, because we have people that are actually making it in Nigeria.
Amazing.
You see, people who end up doing the japa are people that I believe have weighed their options.
Okay.
They've weighed it and they see things are not working just as good for me here in Nigeria, for example. So automatically they believe that if I go to the UK, if I go to Canada, I believe that something better would come out of my hard work. I believe that at least I would be under a working system.
Okay.
So for some people, it's not ideal, it's not 100% ideal to want to base success on location.
Yeah.
Because some people still have their way, they still have the way to, mingle around and get, their way up top. So no, it has nothing to do, success has nothing to do with location.
So thank you very much for that. So Mabel, what do you think social media has done to the young people of this generation wanting to japa? Social media influences a lot of things.
Yeah.
So do you think social media has influenced this japa syndrome?
Oh, social media.
People going out, posting, how they just arrived in the UK, Canada, they post snow, and you in Nigeria, you've not seen snow before. You now want to say, oh, okay, let me travel out and see how it works. So do you think social media influences japa?
Yes, social media, yes, it does.
Okay.
To an extent. You get. Because there's this heading, do not believe everything you see on social media.
Social media, that's true.
But the way Nigerians have taken this social media thing, it's alarming.
That's right.
We are so into it, like our life depends on it.
Wow.
And as a parent, I know this Gen Z, like they say, but as a parent, there are some things you should teach your children. You shouldn't, it's not everything. Like my son, there was a time he wanted to download this normal YouTube.
Okay.
I saw it, I deleted it. Then I downloaded the YouTube Kids.
Kids, good.
There are things that are for kids. But most of our parents these days are the ones even encouraging this whole thing.
Oh, wow.
They are encouraging it. You can't be watching what an adult is supposed to watch and your child is by your side.
Yeah, that's very
cool. You'll be watching it. And that same child will be watching it with you. And you are cool with it. So social media has influenced our youth in a negative way when it comes to japa.
Wow.
They have this mindset, like I for once, I think I was a victim then.
Okay.
I've not traveled. I will travel, I will start taking a lot of pictures, I will go to this and that. But when I was opportune, I was like, this is not how I used to see it on social media, So probably because the majority of them have not had the opportunity to travel. So when they do, they will not life is different.
Life is different. Yeah.
Life is different.
That's true.
You get. So it has influenced our youth badly.
Good.
And I don't know how they are going to correct it.
Okay. So Gabriel, like she said, when social media, she said social media has influenced greatly concerning this japa syndrome and all that. And then when people actually now japa and they get there, they now face the reality of life. Okay, they even face loneliness. Like she said, you can't even beg somebody
it takes a while for you to
so I wanted to talk about that, the reality of japa. I wanted to talk about it.
I think the reality of japa is a harsh word. Because imagine someone who goes into a country where you don't even have anybody there. Imagine going into, let's say, the UK now, and then you probably don't even have a relative where you could even camp with for a little time. So it would actually, for a while, mess with your mental health. Because you don't have someone that you're necessarily talking to that could relate with you. That's why most Nigerians, when they go there, the first objective when they japa is to look for their fellow Nigerian brother. Because at least they get to relate with them, share their stories and understand their pain on what they are going through at that point. So the reality after japa is a very, very harsh one. So that's what it is.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Gabriel. The reality of japa-ing is a very harsh one, because when you get there as a Nigerian, you may not even have family members or friends to like stay with you for a while you get your feet on the ground. Well, we're still on the topic, Japa syndrome. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Youth Perspective. If you're just joining us, we're talking about Japa syndrome. And I have still with me in the studio two amazing guests helping me to unpack this important conversation. Now, moving to you, Mabel, how do you think this Japa syndrome has affected Nigeria? You know, a lot of like our professionals are traveling out of the country, like a lot of doctors, nurses, you know. How does that affect us as a country?
Professionally, those people, those professionals, like you said, they are opportune to make it very fast when they japa.
Wow.
Like the healthcare sector, the teachers, they have, in fact, it's like, let me use this popular word, now them, they rush us.
Oh, they rush there for there.
Exactly.
Wow.
So so if you are into one of those professions, and you're like, oh, come over there, you get a better job, you know, you live good, you have to leave. Because our country, they are not encouraging them.
Wow.
They go on strike every now and then, no payments, no good salary. So what do you expect them to do? We are short of healthcare workers in Nigeria.
Wow.
It has really affected us, because if you go to hospitals now, you see a lot of a lot of quack doctors are the ones attending to people, to patients, which is very wrong. So if the Nigerian government can encourage professionals, I have to be specific, professionals, then Nigeria will be a better place.
Amazing. Gabriel, do you agree with that?
What she said is 100% right.
Nice.
Especially when she made mention of quack doctors.
Wow.
Because when we have a whole lot of our professionals trying to japa, and that's leaving a vacancy for less qualified professionals to fill in their shoes. Because indeed we are actually short of professional staffs. This doesn't say something too good about our government. That's why we were talking about working system. Most of these professionals are leaving the country because of they are looking for a better working system. They are looking for, you know, a place where they get to give their all, they get to protect life as they should, and then they actually get rewarded and paid as they should. So yes, it really doesn't tell a lot of great things about our government.
Wow. Okay, so moving on, because of time, we're going to take a quick fire round. I will mention a statement and you will just give a quick response, like one word response, okay? Are you ready, Mabel?
I'll try.
Okay, the first one is, Japa is?
Pressure.
Pressure, okay, I like that.
Pressure.
Gabriel, Japa is?
Japa is sweet.
Sweet. Okay.
Give me the opportunity.
Okay, next one. Success means?
Success means preparation.
I love that, preparation. I love that. Gabriel?
Success actually means expectation.
Expectations.
Yes.
Nice one. Okay, last rapid fire round. One thing Nigeria must fix urgently. One thing Nigeria must fix urgently. Mabel?
Insecurity.
Insecurity. Okay.
Salaries.
Salaries.
Better pay.
I love that.
The minimum wage should be increased.
Wow.
Exactly.
I love
for
that.
better standard of living, pretty much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Today's discussion reminds us that the decision to relocate is deeply personal. For some, moving abroad opens doors to education, career growth, safety, and new opportunities. For others, success has come from building businesses, creating jobs, and making an impact right here in Nigeria. Perhaps the real question isn't simply whether to japa or to stay. It's whether we are preparing ourselves with the right skills, mindsets, and resilience to succeed wherever we choose to be. At the same time, creating a country where young people can thrive should remain a shared responsibility for governments, the private sector, communities, and citizens alike. Thank you to our amazing guests for sharing their insights, and thank you our viewers for staying with us. If you enjoyed today's conversation, be sure to join us again next week for another engaging edition of Youth's Perspective, where every opinion matters and every voice counts. I am Lydia Azuka. Until next time, keep asking questions, keep seeking solutions, and keep believing in the power of positive change. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite rendezvous for guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where, nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to, prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight, I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And they let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right. To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay. He goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even in the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment I become very insecure. So insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you elaborate to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity. Insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect. And so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness,
self-esteem?
like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty. We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his
presence? I feel
presence?
threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become better off, will become partners and not just competitors.
All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? Okay. So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
Then there's always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you are entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating. Okay. Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing is cast. Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand? Okay. But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous. Okay. That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't really talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, go on. Okay, so what I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see. Okay. And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're seeing that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we trust as people to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told Ben, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just be insecure, like what's going on? You understand? Right. So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't breed anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
So So, but again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest way for me at that point. Like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their
turn, yeah.
Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. Who, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. But the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, that is, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analogy so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, you know, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, you know, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, you know, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my face and you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication, yes. Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, they're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss.
Small girl, big
girl, and then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you might find out the process, and like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Bennett, like I like what I say, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
Certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
And welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. This is a table where we sit down to discuss things that are pertaining the family, pertaining the society, pertaining Nigeria at large, and we talk about ourselves, things that will make us also, be the women that we're meant to be, things that will help us to grow in our marriages, in our businesses, in our place of work, and how to take care of the children, and of course our husbands. I am Patricia Uwenu-Bedos. To do this with me today on the table is on my right, I have Ms. Bola Ige Oyebade. Ms. Bola Igiwebade is an artist and also a real estate consultant. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good to be on.
It's good to have you today. I hope you didn't find it difficult getting here.
No, not true.
Thank you for coming. And also to my left, I have Miss Oluwatoyin. Miss Oluwatoyin Sani is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation, and it's also a table shaker. She's always shaking this table whenever she's around. Tony, thank you for finding time to go. One of these days, we're going to be talking about your foundation and also talk about your work in Nigeria prisons.
I will love
We'll find time to talk about that. And also on this table today, we have Mrs. Gift Furera Onuzo. Mrs. Gift Furera is a chef, is an executive chef anyway, not just a chef, not just the ones we see, the AI chefs we see on Instagram. She's a complete chef, and I'm looking forward to, having a meal set up on this table so you all can see what she does. Thank you for finding time to come.
Thank you so much.
Okay, today we want to talk about, let me see what we're talking about today. Today we're talking about marriage after divorce. I don't know if you understand the contents of this, the context of this topic, marriage after divorce. Some people were married and they divorced. Can they marry again? That's what the topic is all about. So I want to start from you. Let me start from you.
Okay.
If you have to dissolve your marriage for whatever reason it is, we don't want to know what reason it is. Whatever reason it is that made you to resolve your marriage, would you want to remarry?
If I see someone that we have the same values and we're compatible, I would want to give it a try. Again, yes, I would want to, because it's all about companionship. So sometimes you might think you don't want to because of maybe your past experiences. And along the line, you meet someone that just shifts you up your feet and meets your values in life, and you find it interesting for you to be, in a relationship with that person and finally get to, the end, happy ever after, as they say it, So I want to give it a try again, because
to your opinion, you want to give it a try.
I would want to.
Tony, someone said on the social media, she said, if possible, in the next 3 to 6 months, I will remarry. Why do you think she said so? And would you do that if you were in her shoes? You divorce and then you meet someone in the next 3 to 6 months, you're ready to get married again.
It depends. Marriage, it's sweet. If you're with the right partner. Marriage is something else. If you're with the wrong person. There is emotional connection, emotional connectivity. And most of the time, we will always leave the maturity out of it. Maturity play a very good role in understanding in marriage. I'm still saying it to everybody to know that the best marriage is the marriage between two friends. A friendship that transcends to marriage always lasts long. Whatever that can make us choose to be apart, there will be reasons, different reasons. That question, is it to remarry to that same person or another person?
Another person.
Even to the same person, it is possible. Because at times there's immaturity. At times there will be, we didn't really find time to know much of ourselves. Or we are still baby. So many things that we're supposed to ignore. You take it to be a capital issue and end up breaking the hope. By the time we went on holiday and we now come back.
That's separation. That's separation.
We now see a better of ourselves that is more mature. She's more
understanding.
Mature, more understanding, more tolerance, more days. We can go back and make a perfect marriage. I keep saying it, that marriage is the only black market that I've ever seen in life. Because what you are buying, you don't know. No matter how beautiful the package is,
Initially.
you can never know the content until you get inside it. And do you know it might take more than 5 years to know your partner?
Even more.
More. So if I now say it depends on the connectivity, you might leave somebody in 3 months. I don't go to say yes. Because that's too short.
That's too short a time for you to recover from the other
Whatever
one.
bring that marriage down then can still bring this
down.
because you need to study. Marriage is a lifetime institution. It's not I go that I will go, I know in 5 years time I will graduate. You are going for till death do both of the partners parts. So you have to give it a deeper foundation. Know who you are. No matter, even I keep saying it, even if you court for 10 years, that does not mean you will know your partner well until you start living together, bonding together before you can answer. So if for whatever reason there's a partner, if they leave you, you go even pray, then you don't be there forever.
Okay, so that's where I want to come to, Gift. If the divorce was as a result of domestic violence, and you got married to a man who was always maltreating you, beating you up, and all of that, would you want to remarry after some time?
Well, in that situation, first of all, of course, I'll be traumatized. I will really be messed up in my mind. So for me to think of remarrying, I have to really sit down and know if I want to go into it, because that fear of the first one may be, cutting in. You understand? Maybe cutting in.
And disturbing your new love.
And disturbing my new love. So I think for me, I will take a break, even though in me, I would want to venture another one, because I wouldn't want to be alone. You understand? Especially that I'm still, age is still on my side. You understand? Except, okay, so, but I will still want to venture another one, but I would definitely take a break. At least let me get a new, fresh orientation, like, working on therapy, kind of, and let me just get a new, because at that time I am broken, and in that my broken state, I don't need to enter into marriage in that, because marriage, I need a whole lot of me to go in. So I must go in with my complete self. So the former must have to completely be erased. If not, it will affect or reflect in the new one. So, that is why I need to make sure that my mindset is reset and I properly get ready emotionally, spiritually, even mentally, I need to get
physically.
Yes, physically self. I need to get ready for the new one, not diving in because I'm afraid of loneliness, or I want to be with a man or whatever. No. Because it's good, because it should be a whole new thing again for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Then Toyin, you heard her say that she will want to give it another trial, but she has to be ready physically, mentally, emotionally, and all of the lees.
Yes.
All of the lees. Okay, so now she also said she has to be prepared and be sure of what she's getting into. Let's leave getting prepared out of it. I want to find out from you. How are you sure of this one that you're getting into again? How do you identify that this person won't also come to beat me afterwards?
After do the same.
There's an adage in the Yoruba language that says, if a child fall down, you look into the front. Please, there. You start running again.
Because let me tell you why I asked this particular question. There's also an adage that says that if Cain wait and flog the first wife, and they wait for the second wife. So how do you now identify this person you want to try out again?
But if the elderly person fall down, you first of all look. what make me fall? And who are the people looking at me? Marriage. Like she rightly said, that she has to be prepared. It is not an institution that it fails here, you are running to Calabar to pick another one.
Okay, so it's not political parties.
It is not APC that you come from there, you enter here. No. You have to think. Go back to God. Am I the problem?
Yeah, no, you're not.
Do I try my best? How am I at fault here? And do I supposed to tolerate more? Do I supposed to forge a little bit further to tolerate everything? You have to think. It is when you now see, I tried my best. It's from him. Okay, what are the things from him? You state it. This. Definitely when you have known what you cannot take from that man, if anybody is coming, you will first of all check that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm bringing that story. I have a girl in Fimi prison now. What turned her life upside down is marriage. Wrong marriage. Wrong marriage. She got to the first one. They didn't check their genotype. The second one, domestic violence issue. She took a break for a long time, after 5-6 years. She's going to another one again, and they were now talking on phone. You know, they were planning the marriage. And one day again, the guy now calling, using the kind of voice that the one that used to beat her is still using.
The red flags. The red flags.
No, I'm not going again.
Those are the red
No
flags.
matter what they said, everybody beggar. We booked the hall. He said, no, let me re-examine the again.
Which was the right thing to do.
If that voice was a mistake, let me know again. Maybe I've not really pressed him to that and more issue will still press him beyond this level. So that is how it is. Domestic violence is not a small thing. It takes life.
I want to hear the complete story.
Some people,
yes. So how did she find herself in the prison?
Thank you. Do you now know she chose not to
do the marriage?
Not to do, but she had a child with the first one. So she now said, let me be taking care of my child. And she was to relocate from another state to go ahead and get me the marriage, maybe like a 2 weeks thing. So she has sold all her things from that state, preparing for this before she get the wrong. So she just came to Lagos. But whatever she brought to Lagos, when you are starting in a new life, it's not going to be easy. So she was exhausted financially. And the daughter, she's the only one taking care of the child. She now ran back, started looking for the father of the child that's not ready to take the responsibility. Okay, you promised to pay the school fee, pay part of the log back on so that I can sustain and pay and sort the guy refused, despite the fact that the guy is rich and the wife is at home. They were comfortable. She chose not to take care of this girl. Do you know what's now happened? The girl is depressed and nobody knows she's depressed. I learned a lot from that lady because she started reaching out to people to talk to people and nobody is picking a call. Nobody's ready to listen to her.
Nobody's ready to help. They'll see her as a failure.
Yeah, they see her as a failure. Even her father rejected her and the child. Nobody to come, no friend come to her head. She started telling the guy that help us now. Don't let the hunger kill us. I'm like a failed mother. I can't be watching my daughter going through this. Send us money. If you don't do this, I will kill myself. I will kill the child. I will end everything. And the guy is reading the
text message, replying.
Do you know she used the last money she has to go and see her cousin just to pour her? Immediately she get because said, I'm going for a party. I will call you back. You can't wait for me. I will not call you back on that. As they were now going back, they go to a bus stop. The daughter said, I'm now very hungry. They used the last money to buy the drink. The remaining change, she bought sniper.
And killed the daughter.
Not the daughter she wanted to kill. They shared it. She told the daughter that we can't go beyond this level. I can't be watching you do all this. So the drink, the bouquet, the remaining one, she poured the snapper of the daughter inside and drink the remaining one. The daughter didn't survive and she survived. That is the serious case in my hand. In Fime prison, now as I'm talking to you, the case is there. The lady is there.
Because attempted murder is an offense.
It's an offense. Of
course.
It wasn't attempted.
You know,
She killed the guy.
No, what I mean is she killed the guy and also attempted suicide.
She does not even. She has not even forgiven herself because she's the one, she thought
she would be die. She would be the one that would die.
But for her to now come out to see herself alive and it doesn't, she has not get rid of it. That is the one of what these marriages can cause.
Oh my God. Well, this is a very sad story, trust me. We're going for a very short break. We'll be back to continue this conversation. Please sit. Don't go away. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, the same table where we talk about family ties. Now, Tony was saying something that was very saddening. If you see how low my voice had come, it's a very sad story. We were talking about divorce. Can you get married again after divorce? That's what we're talking about. And then she brought the story of a young lady who is currently in the prison. And she concluded on how she got to the prison, because I wanted to hear the end of the story. She started by saying it was marriage, a wrong marriage that brought her there, and she wanted to end it there. No, we needed to know what she did that made her to come there, and she ended it by telling us what exactly the lady did, and she is in the prison right now. So let's leave that alone, because honestly, I am saddened about that. It's emotional. So we're talking about, can you marry again after divorce? That's what we're talking about.
Because truly it's good to marry again. Because these days, even with how the entire world, the country is, nobody can do it alone. Except we are just deceiving ourselves. Irrespective of what religion and doctrine are telling us, no man can live it alone for now. We need to remarry. But it's for us to go back, to go and pray for the right person to come our way. When you meet the right person, you will enjoy marriage.
Toyin, that's where we came to get to the story of this young lady. Pray to meet the right person. Did you pray in your first marriage to meet the wrong person?
Let me hear from you. I think at the first stage, when you want to get married as a young person, the youthful exuberance, the love thing shocks you, and you don't pay attention to the red flags, the details. Now that leads you into a bad marriage. But when you want to get to the second marriage, you pay attention to every little details.
Every dot.
Every dot. Every dot. You might not know it all, like you said. You might not know the person you get married to, not even in the next five or more years, But there are some things you would see, and you will know if you're to go into it or not to go into it. And also, like you said, you pray that God gives you the right person, because God has your best interest at heart. He knows what you have gone through. He knows where you are. And again, you have to.
That's the question I asked earlier on. Is it that as a young girl, when you were getting married, you didn't pray?
No, it's not that you didn't pray. You prayed, but you did not pay attention to the warnings or to the signs.
The thing is that because, like in the first one, it can be excused that you didn't love Shaki. There were a lot of cloud on your head that you were not cleared. But the second one, and that is why, like you said, that she was already getting married to the third husband, right?
Yeah,
okay. The second yes. That's what I said. She was about to get married to the third one, and then she picked a call, and the voice sounded like the first one. You see, that is where the problem is again. Because when you experience the first one, when you're about to go to the second one, it's not a mountain before you. Because everything, you are suspecting everything. You are just being careful, over careful, and you tend to miss out even in the real one. So that is another issue again. You understand that one has to, yeah.
I want to answer the question. The question is, share within pray. One problem with us in prayer is many of us in relationship, we have picked our choice before taking it to God.
True.
So even if God is speaking, you
are not hearing.
You're not hearing
whatever
it.
God is saying, you don't hear again.
Especially when you have seen the desired,
you are attached.
When you have seen the desired figure you want and the things you want.
That, you've even connected yourself.
Yes.
You have attached yourself. You have, the feelings has grown already. So if you are now praying at that level, it is good to pray when you just meet. Before you say, I won't go think about it. Before you say yes, pray. That time, whatever answer God is bringing is clear. You will hear it. Everybody can tell you. But when you connect, you have already emotionally connected. Even God is saying, even God sent Abiara, said Baba Joseph Bayo Babalola from CAC. We don't that. You don't go here.
Okay, all right. Let's go to red flags. We hear women say, this man has a red flag, or this guy there's a red flag that I identified in him. What are those red flags? How do we identify them?
Red flags.
Plenty.
Let me start with you. Name the ones that you can remember.
When you just shout.
Red flag.
Or when you cannot even respect me anywhere in the public. You talk down. My ideas are, there's some response that's always negative. When you can't even appreciate anything about me, even in the public. No, it's a red sign. It's very red. I'm talking, instead of you to correct me with love and calm, you are shouting as if you are talking to a 2-year-old girl. No, when you are addressing me the way you are addressing your cleaner in the office, I always say it, any man that cannot respect his own mother and the sister cannot respect the wife. Forget it. Because you cannot give what you do not possess. It comes from the upbringing.
Of course.
True.
Some men, they worship their wife. It's not as if the wife deserves it, but they were trained to do that. It's from the upbringing. If you see the one that is standing up upon his mother, that the mother will say 1 and he will say 3, he will do worse to his wife.
But he has control over her.
He has control. And some men, when they have that money, they can do and they will be on top of the world. The wife will now be like ants. Why they will now be turned to elephants? So they can swallow you anytime. And some will beat you today and buy you Jeep tomorrow. So that you will cry.
What are your red flags, Gift?
My red flags is especially when you are not free with me, having to know, to use your phone.
Communication.
Yes, communication. You are hiding. You don't want. In fact, when you are answering call, I shouldn't be there, or you excuse yourself. That is a red flag. And also a red flag also is when you are too attached to your family, that you want to take decisions from them. You understand? And then you want them to you just make me understand that they have a say on your life to a certain percentage. That is a red flag, of course. And then somebody who is always have mood swing. You're always having mood swing. That is totally red flag for me. Yes.
Let me hear from you.
Yes.
What are your red flags?
Wow. Red flags are many. But for me, a man that can raise his hand on a woman, it's a no-no. It's a red flag. You shouting on me because nobody knows everything. I grew up in a different background, and so did you. So if I do something and you're not comfortable with it, there's a way you talk to me, and I will know that yes, this is what I have done that is wrong, and you correct me. But when you just raise your voice and like, are you stupid? Are you throwing insultive words? Like that, or I offend you, and the next thing you smash something on the ground, you smash my head on the wall one day. You understand? So those are red flags, and is a no-no for anybody.
Okay. What about the lousy ones?
That's another red flag.
That cannot keep any secret.
That cannot keep any secrets. No, I would, from even talking to you, I will know. So there's no need going further. I will not. Because I know my kind of person. I know what I want.
The dirty ones too.
Oh, good God.
So you know, when you get. Do you know why I laughed? Tony, always bringing this other side of me out. Tony, I am a pretty representer. Okay, so this is the reason why I laugh. I was watching something on the social media one day, and there was this pastor that people go to their congregation, they go, husband and wife go to talk about themselves to the pastor. And this woman was saying, it's too dirty. They won't make it. That's why I laugh. That is so dirty. And that he will come back with his dirty body and he will come close to her and she stays away. Now he's saying that she has men friend outside is the reason why she's not giving him to him. So she came to the open. She didn't care who was there.
Maybe she was have talked to him in the
to say the reason why exactly. So that's why I laughed when you said what about the dirtiness.
And red flag also, you know, when the person is not ready to take correction, to learn,
it's not teachable.
Yeah, it's not.
And there are some men that lack communication. They don't want. They don't have time.
They don't want to share. They don't open up at all.
Instead of them to share their thoughts, their opinion with their companion, they rather go outside.
They prefer talking
what
to
do you think that is? Lack of trust for your
you are comfortable more with the people. Lack of everything. So there's no need even being there.
Because why am I at home? You cannot share your privacy with me. Then
some of them they could be introverts.
And some
introvert, but you can talk to somebody outside.
Talk issues over. And you know, women, God created us. We are the talking time.
Want to know?
You will know the best marriage is the marriage of a good listener. The man is the listener. You'll be able to wake up anytime and
talk.
But you don't allow me to talk, and I keep buttoning up.
Okay.
I make one woman to kill him. What's that?
Okay, ladies, don't come there again because you're going to make me very emotional. Okay, don't come there now. Okay, now that we have identified some of these red flags, and some of the women, or rather, some of us have made mistakes with these red flags, and we found ourselves in this marriage. How do we help to resolve the issue of some of these red flags that we now are identifying so that we can keep the marriage going? How do we go about that?
One part of my gender that I don't like is we keeping too quiet about issue. But these days, I think because of social media, God is helping us. Many of us are coming out to talk now. When you see some things that are not good, those are the things that make you fall. Come out.
Every parent should go back to the base, to the root. Train up a child in the way he or she should go. That when he is gone, he will not depart from it. So,
this is good.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, Tony, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on to this episode of Women in Conversation.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good. Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body like this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time do this? 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, And that will be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your bicep and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we'll break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please. Did you say?
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Ogero, always near Gbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion After performing all traditional rites, the elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
wa o kanya me kerule o wa koko banedo egwa kebe me láti wa o kanya me kerule o
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu-Akpolokpolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni-Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Good morning. Big thanks for joining us on the AM News and ITV. I am Philip Omo-Gyukpo. Our first story this morning comes this, where the Court of Appeal in Abuja upheld a Federal High Court judgment restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission from recognizing state congresses conducted by committees appointed by the Senator David Mark-led leadership of the African Democratic Congress. In a split 2-1 judgment, Justice Okon Abang, who delivered the lead verdict, affirmed the earlier ruling of Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik, holding that only elected state executive committees have the constitutional authority to conduct state congresses, not the party's caretaker national leadership. The appellate court also upheld the order restraining the Mark-led executives from interfering with the tenure and functions of the party's elected state executives. However, Justice Abba Mohammed dissented, arguing that the matter was an internal party affair beyond the court's jurisdiction. The judgment is expected to affect the validity of the National Congress organized by the Mark-led faction ahead of the 2027 general elections, including the emergence of presidential aspirants such as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The case arose from a suit filed by aggrieved ADC members who challenged the caretaker committee's decision to appoint committees to conduct state congresses, insisting that only duly elected party organs are empowered to do so under the party's constitution. Justice Abdul-Malik had ruled that neither the 1999 constitution nor the ADC constitution authorizes the caretaker committee to organize state congresses, adding that the tenure of the party's elected state executive remains valid until properly constituted congresses are held. Dismissing the ADC's appeal, the Court of Appeal held that the congresses and national convention conducted by the Mark-led leadership were null and void for violating a subsisting court order. The court also awarded 10 million naira in costs against the party. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has pledged 1 million naira to each Edo indigene evacuated from South Africa following xenophobic attacks, saying the money will help them secure accommodation and rebuild their lives. The governor made the announcement on Monday while receiving the returnees at the festival hall of the government house in Benin City. William Shiama brings details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo said the state government would also provide soft loans to enable the returnees to start businesses and reintegrate into the society. He added that each returnee will receive 1 million naira within 24 hours to help with accommodation. The governor urged the returnees to focus on rebuilding their lives, saying the survivor was more important than the property they had lost. Governor Okpebholo reflected on the historical relationship between Nigeria and South Africa, pointing out that Nigerians had previously protected South Africans and their business and would not retaliate despite the attacks.
The most important thing that you are back home, they might loot your properties, they might take everything from you, but your life, they have not taken it from you. I want to encourage you, please, don't even think of going back. They don't like us. We live in their country like slaves. Even when we are doing well, doing better than them, but we still live there as slaves. Is it not so? We as government will continue to support our own children, wherever they are. If they are in distress, we will rescue them. We will make them comfortable, so that they won't pass through the same experience. If you identify what you want to do, come to us. We'll give you a soft loan to start up.
Responding on behalf of the returnees, Riches Unubu thanked Edo State and federal government for facilitating their evacuation from South Africa.
A heart full of gratitude on behalf of my colleagues, the diasporans, that we're finally welcoming His Excellency, one of the most intelligent and very active leaders that we have in Nigeria. We are proud. We are proud. And we say, God bless you for coming.
William Siama, ITV News.
Edo State Independent Electoral Commission on Monday issued certificates of return to elected chairmen and councillors in Saturday's local government election. Chairman of the commission, Sir Jonathan Ifowoka, during the presentation of the certificates, advised the recipients to see the documents as solemn mandate entrusted by their constituents to speedily deliver dividends of democracy. The report by Okideyemya David is given by Joy Obaisiabo.
Chairman EDSEC, Sir Jonathan Ifowoka, tasked the new elected chairmen and councillors to let their tenures be remembered for purposeful leadership, transparency, prudent management of public resources, and impactful development at the grassroots. Chairman-elect Oedo Honorable Iduse Gabriel and the Chairman Association of Local Government of Nigeria Agon Honorable Sonny Ekbesi, popularly called Ekbetika Akiotu, commended the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission for a well-organized council polls and promised to fulfill all electionary campaign promises.
For the first time, the sensitization was elaborate. We hope that this will repeat even in the next election that will take place in Edo State.
We are to serve, and when you are serving, you must have with all mind of honesty, sincerity, focus, and determination.
The only female council boss in Edo State, Vera Sado of Isako Central Local Government Council, Chairman Igweben Local Government Council, Honorable Azza Megbe Endurance, his Ovia Northeast Council counterpart, Area Matoe Christopher Egosa. All commended the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, and leaders of APC for the mentorship, which they intend to explore.
I will inspire a lot of women for them to understand that leadership is all about vision.
Ensure that all the total development in our local government are put to place, such as social amenities, creating roads, water project, electricity, and agriculture.
I'm here to consolidate the shine agenda of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo.
Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the member representing Ovia Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Barrister Mosede Gabriel Egbinedion, has extended her warm congratulations to the newly elected chairman of Ovia Northeast and of Ovia Southwest local government councils, Comrade Orobosa Christopher Eriamato and Osaro Anthony, as well as all councillors who emerged victorious across the 23 wards of Ovia Federal Constituency in Saturday's local government elections. In a statement, Right Honorable Mosede Igbinedion described their resounding victory under the platform of the All Progressives Congress as a clear reflection of the confidence and trust reposed in the party by the people of Ovia. She noted that the outcome of the election is a testament to the unity, political maturity, and unwavering commitment of the people to the renewed hope agenda and the progressive ideals championed by the APC. According to the federal lawmaker, the overwhelming mandate given to the party demonstrates that Ovia remains a stronghold of progressive politics, where the people have continued to choose purposeful leadership and development-driven governance. While congratulating the winners, Right Honorable Egbinedion urged the newly elected council chairman and councillors to see their victory as a call to selfless service. She charged them to embrace inclusive leadership, work in unity, and place the welfare of the people above personal interest. The lawmaker further called on the new leadership of both councils to align with and support the people-centered governance of the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, in delivering meaningful dividends of democracy to every community across Ovia. 4 suspected burglars and 1 heavy-duty battery thief have been arrested by officers of the Edo State Security Corps. Deputy Corps Commander of the Corps, Richard Balogun, said 5 suspects have made useful confessions to the security agency. Jonah Omowa has the rest of it.
According to the Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun, the 4 suspected burglars, Mohammed Abubakar, Hamza Ibrahim, Mohammed Ibrahim, and Mustafa Mohammed, were arrested on the 11th of July 2026 following intelligence report by officers of the Corps on routine patrol in Aduawa Aziz for breaking into a fashion shop located at Giwa Munjiaro, Benin City, and gathered away 2 giant solar batteries belonging to one Mr. Samuel.
Solar battery?
Yes. I go break down. I go too far. For store. For where? I go amu. I take involved. Maybe the receiver.
They'll bring you come to my area.
They can't give you. Okay.
One Solomon Igbinogun, who allegedly stole 2 heavy-duty batteries from a truck at Ogweka community in Aho Uzala, was also arrested by officers of the Corps on the 12th of July.
Okay. Yes. Now your spanner. What do you take loose and how you take to take loose this spanner? Show us well. Now you lose her. Okay.
Commenting on the fate of the suspects, the Corps Commander Richard Balogun said the suspects have been handed over to the police for interrogation and prosecution.
The thief confessed to the act, so they've all been handed over to police in our home. So our duty is we arrest, we profile, we hand over to the police to establish the case so that we have a successful prosecution.
Exhibits recovered from the suspects have also been documented and handed over to the police. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The All Progressives Congress Edo South senatorial aspirant in the just concluded National Assembly primary, Pastor Osaige Izeyamo, says the party is greater than any individual ambition, as it is a platform built on service, sacrifice, discipline, and shared commitment to a better future for Nigerians. Pastor Izeyamo, in a statement, said political contests may test preferences, but must never diminish common purpose. He said the primary has come to a close, the party completed its democratic process, and a candidate emerged, adding that he accepts the decision of the party in good faith and appealed to all members, followers, and friends to do so. The APC chieftain appreciated supporters, coordinators, volunteers, grassroots mobilizers, and everyone who stood with him throughout the journey, saying that their loyalty, sacrifices, encouragement, and prayers have been a constant source of strength, for which he remains deeply grateful for their confidence and steadfast support. He also specially thanked those in the diaspora across party lines for the overwhelming support they gave him in his senatorial bid and assured them of his continuous commitment to the development and progress of the district. Pastor Izeyamu urged everyone to remain peaceful, reject division, and continue to uphold the values that have always defined the people. According to him, now is the time to reconcile, close ranks, and focus on the greater task ahead, stressing that their collective responsibility to serve the people of Edo South is far greater than any individual aspiration. He said he remains committed to working with leaders, stakeholders, and party faithful to strengthen the APC, secure victory in the general election, and advance the development and well-being of Edo South Senatorial District. The people of Igbekwe community in Oriomo local government area, Edo State, have dismissed allegations by neighboring Idowina community that they are encroaching on the disputed land and selling it to members of the public. The elders and people of the community, while reacting to a recent media report credited to the people of Idowina, described the claims and allegations as baseless and false. Donald MEN brings details.
Igbekwe community is a known peaceful agrarian community which is about 25 kilometers away from Benin City. The Odionwe of the community, Father Matthew Omoyi, alongside elders, women and youths, while reacting to allegations levied against the community in the media by its neighboring Idowina community, clarified that it was Idowina community that breached an agreement of a peaceful meeting meant to resolve the boundary dispute on July 15, 2026 by allegedly creating an illegal boundary across the Benin-Abraka Road. They maintained that the ancestral boundary between them is located by the ancient moat, which predates the construction of the Benin-Abraka Road in the 70s, which the people of Idowina are claiming to be their boundary.
This is the boundary between Igbekwe and Idowina. Where we face from here to this side is for Idowina. Where we back is from here to Igbekwe. This is Igbekwe land. Here is called Iyanowo.
The community also denied encroaching on Idowina's land, insisting instead that it is their neighbor that has trespassed into Igbekwe territory.
We called the state government and the Omonoba Nedo EY the second to come and rescue us from the hands of Idowina. They wanted to sell all our land.
The Idowina now they disturb Igbekwe because of the land.
Mami Idowina wa gba me boundary amagwijo amagminajo ni ariobo hima. Oh sorry.
Before we knew, Okarele, who is a Kobe Sylvester woman, he entered Igbekwe land and took most of our Igbekwe land.
They appealed to the Oba the second and the Edo State government to intervene, describing themselves as a peaceful and law-abiding community. From Igbekwe community in Orionwo local government area of Edo State, Donald Ehiminyeng, ITV News.
The candidate of Nigerian Democratic Congress for Orionwo Uwonde Federal Constituency, Honorable Michael Ogbomo Ernest, has visited the people of Oza community in Orionwo local government area, Edo State. The visit was aimed at appreciating them for their support during the party's primary election, which led to his emergence as the party's candidate. Jonah Omowa has the rest of it.
Honorable Michael Ogbomo Ernest, alongside other NDC leaders and supporters from Orionwo and Uwonde local government areas, were warmly received by the people of Oza community. Expressing gratitude to the people of Oza community, Honorable Ernest assured them of quality representation if elected. Other party leaders who spoke during the familiarization visit expressed confidence in the ability of Honorable Michael to deliver dividend of democracy to his constituents.
for the support with our candidates. I appreciate the people of also.
We came to thank the community. So much appreciated. We have no choice than to thank you.
From Moriamo local government area in Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Ms. Ebosoge Amadasun has been eulogized as a successful legal practitioner and an exemplary leader as she bowed out of service as secretary and legal advisor of NNPC Exploration and Production Limited. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that the encomiums were showered on her by friends, colleagues, and family members at a retirement dinner held in her honor on Sunday at ADJ Royalty Hotel and Suite, Boundary Road, Benin City.
It was an evening of goodwill messages and prayers for the retiree, Ms. Ewusogie Amadasun, as she begins a new chapter after decades of service to Edo State and Nigeria prior to her retirement. Ms. Amadasun served as secretary and legal advisor to Nigerian National Petroleum Company, Exploration and Production Limited, from 2013 to 2015 and 2022 to 2026. Amongst notable dignitaries at the retirement dinner were the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, Chairman Edo State Sports Commission, Amadin Desmond Abulele, and the retired public servant, Sir Dr. Edwards Deji Ojomo.
We've gone through our service, not just to our state, but the entire country. She has served meritoriously and without blemish.
Chairman on the occasion and the former Group Managing Director, NNPC, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki, congratulated and commended Ms. Amadasun for years of meritorious service to the nation's oil and gas sector.
Congratulate the celebrant, the lady who is the reason why we're here.
Other guests described the honoree as a legal luminary who served with dignity, character, love, and fairness.
We need to celebrate people who understand the meaning of adding value to an institution. If we start celebrating things like this and celebrating these values, we might turn the country around. So, thank you so much. I'm happy to have met you. I'm happy that you work in NNPC and you did very well. Congratulations on ending on a high note. We're extremely proud of you.
As I stand before you today, I do so with a heart filled with gratitude.
Guests were treated to intercontinental and traditional dishes. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
A renowned Benin-based legal practitioner and Mogaji of Benin Muslim community, Chief Abayomi Thomas, popularly called A.B. Thomas, has marked his 70th birthday in grand style. Pius Nsowa reports that it was a moment of celebration as family members, friends, neighbors, and associates rolled at the drums in honor of the respected legal icon.
The event kicked off on a solemn note with special Muslim prayers offered for the celebrants' continued good health, wisdom, and long life. The chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Sheikh Abdul Fattah Nabulele, who led the Muslim community in the prayers, said A.B. Thomas is a blessing to humanity.
It's a great favor for somebody to witness 70 years of the service that they had.
The celebration was colorful. Issa Street, where the celebrant resides, was closed to traffic.
70!
A popular musician, Bayo Ade, thrilled guests with captivating indigenous music. His energetic performance moved guests to dance with the celebrants. Dignitaries and guests who include lawyers, the judiciary, neighbors, and the Oloke family filled all the available canopies, which gave credence to the fact of his friendliness to all. Some guests praised his exemplary leadership as the Mogaji of the Benin Muslims.
I wish him long life and prosperity, free of sickness.
I pray God to give me a long life and prosperity in Jesus' name.
In Nigeria, to be 70, we should thank God.
Chief A.B. Thomas is a personable person, within the community.
Chief Abayomi Thomas expressed gratitude to Almighty Allah for the gift of life and thanked everyone who came to celebrate with him.
I have lived by the grace of Almighty Allah through all. It has not been too easy, but God Almighty has been my savior.
The celebrant's 70 years have been marked by dedicated service to his faith and community, as well as 40 years of distinguished service in the legal profession. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And that's where we call it a wrap on the AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gupon. Coming shortly is TMI. Happy viewing.
ITV, certainly the best.
I demand some respect because I'm still your man.